It's finally time. We've all been waiting for this. And people have already seen it. But, I've got no excuse. I'm just late to the party. Something came up and I couldn't stream when it premiered. But as I'm to understand, the premiere actually, like, crashed or something. So he just uploaded it. But I'm very excited to see this. I've heard good things. I've heard nothing but good things so far. So let's see how we go. There it is. Let me turn this music off. We gotta get the full experience, you know? And go.
Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades. He has participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from the window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought. Due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
Lie about his finances and inaccurately portray criticism.
He's just saying straight up he's lying. This is great.
Left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos.
I'm not going to pause this at all, but I just want to say, finding DSP stuff now, like older stuff from like maybe 2015 and before that, is kind of impossible now. I don't know if you've ever tried looking for anything, but especially if it happened on a stream, but not in a recorded segment, it's basically gone, which is kind of the point of, I think, why he does it. But it's awful. It really is hard to find anything.
This video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all.
4 hours. And he missed stuff. He missed stuff as well. This is not what I expected. This is not the start I expected.
Population at large, November 8th, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo, who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter III Alpha, was the medium. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage.
I don't know this bit.
That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here.
The last one was, what was it, Turkey Tom? That one was pretty terrible. It had like a 20-minute segment on the SOK. It was really boring.
Predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
Is this just a setup, or is DSP involved in this somehow? I don't know this far back.
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting
this whole footage must look terrible, especially going through my shitty computer.
Such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or
Come on, get me into the guy. I don't care about all this Street Fighter stuff. There he is. There's our man.
Initially entering the online space with the alias Wo Moses, he adapted other, short-lived nicknames such as Phil, Throw Like Hell Burnell.
What about Monkey
As
Spank?
such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed
He still does that
as
now.
unbalanced. Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote. Regardless, Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions.
My
And to
timeline's
that,
a little
he
off.
said
I know
he
all
would
this
attempt to
happened,
go.
but I don't know when.
Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote
I love this.
thugs
How old was
and
he
pretend
now?
they're
He was like
quote-unquote tough mofos.
16
well,
or
if I ever
something
get
back
into a
then.
fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards.
I
And if they
fucking love
pull a
this
gun on
dude.
me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life.
I love that. You can tell
Unquote.
someone's never been in a
This was
fight when they're like, I'll hit them in the windpipe. Something very like weirdly specific. They think they're in like a kung fu movie or something. I'll just sweep the
response
legs.
to the general
Okay, mate.
aggression Phil
Yeah,
received when utilizing his infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response teeters from
Well,
excessive
look at his
to
fucking-
entirely unrealistic,
What an
this
unfortunate
shows
looking
the way
person,
he viewed
eh?
himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Dark Side, which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too
What?
nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his demeanor, such as wanting to act as a heel in this developing space.
That is
Side,
true
as
of
he was calling
DSP,
himself,
but not
was set on
really.
practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship.
Whenever I see Marvel vs.
Phil's solution
Capcom, I
was to
just
make a
forget
tourney
there's
of his own,
Capcom characters
and
in it.
Motel
It's
6
just people
with a
playing as
$5
like
entry
Storm
fee.
or something.
The results are unknown. What is that Phil
Or
was
Wolverine or
ingraining
something.
himself
It's never
in his local
like
community,
Ryu.
and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class.
Was that a
The
picture of Phil
bestowment
Burnell, or
of
was
such
that just another random
valedictorian
person?
is-
Hang on.
and that he just
No, that's not him.
graduated high school
I was
as
hyped
the
for a second. That can't
valedictorian.
be.
A valedictorian is the highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview.
It's not
But he
highest
wasn't in
ranked,
theirs.
is it? I think it's
Yale
from like
rejected me. Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even
It's not
remember
like,
what the third one
you know,
was.
like,
Every Ivy League school that
on
I
a
applied to
spreadsheet,
reject-
like he's got the
No,
most,
and you want to know why
you know,
they
he's the
rejected me?
highest
It's
whatever in
simple.
all this stuff.
Because I'm
It's
a
just like
white
picked
male.
out, right?
Where there is Phil Burnell,
Whoa,
there are
whoa.
bound to be inconsistencies and
Is
lies.
this actually-
Here he
that's not
states that it was
DSP. That's
because
just
he
a
was not
guy.
racially diverse enough
Looks
as a
nothing
reason
like
for not
DSP.
getting in. Then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars,
Well,
it wasn't my academics,
nah.
it was based off the fact that
The
I
next
wasn't a
too
rich
long.
white person.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments.
Yep.
Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various
No,
credit cards
not the
as
credit
his jobs on
cards.
Yogurt did not provide enough income.
That's the main villain of this whole
Now you
arc.
go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays, and it's like a,
You know, who cares about the Flash? You can leave the Flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
I hope... Did he go into the forums? Because that's where the only stuff that's worth caring about when it comes to fighting games is the forums. Because he was going wild on
2004. EVO, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
That's a really funny way of putting it.
In this particular moment at EVO 2002, the infamous Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater. Commentary from the people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
He really did, like, he really went out of his way to fuck up his reputation, didn't he? Crazy.
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online where he would physically threaten his opposition.
Yeah, if you're gonna be like a shit talker, at least be like good at, really good at the game.
Was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that.
But in person,
he used to do that. That's hilarious.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything. But when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against like the top Marvel players. So
I hope we get the Jaha story. We have to, right?
Shady K didn't like him too much because he would like run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were like a mile long. When
they were, it was so
with,
long.
Like, him and a couple of his boys. That's when it was time to like roll up on him. We followed them outside.
Yeah.
We caught him outside, and they were getting up in like, DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just like talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend,
this is the first one, okay.
They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go.
There's a lot. There's like I think there's 3 major run-ins, right? There's this one. There's the one where he hits him with a shield.
DSP only fought and lost a single match.
The one where he's an alcoholic.
Were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter.
Do we get the incel?
DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, "The King of Hate."
And the whole idea behind
now
the
he's just the king of
was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
I understand that you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down syndrome Phil. Fuck that guy.
Oh yeah?
Now, in 2003, Phil's infamy grew to new heights after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as TopHaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to Top.
Oh, he was salty because he wasn't on this, right?
A West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to top players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users.
He was begging for even when he was on a
Phil
website.
Went onward with a new project known as Impact. As TopHaters.com was Phil's answers to TopPlayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to EVO. And even though Phil continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO."
Did it even
unquote.
happen?
On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact.
That's brutal.
TopHaters.com was a failed project.
The only
DSP
traffic your
now
website gets is
espoused this
people calling him
negativity
a
will not
moron.
use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture.
Did you even play other games back then, or was it
known
just
in the
like fighting games?
community as combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out. Quote, "In some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only," unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console and a switch
Oh no, we're setting up the big, I was going to say the big win, but it's not even a win.
Accessibility for players and allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console?
It was too soon. If this never happened, life would be so much easier.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to, it's evolving.
If you never got third at EVO, I don't think it'd even be around.
No choice.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
It's so funny, he's not even third, he's fourth. If he was third, that's pretty impressive, but fourth, like...
EVO 2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches.
You fools.
Both would receive protest in one way or another.
Do you think the dude who decides that, who decided that's like Oppenheimer, you know what I mean? Just looking at the disaster he created.
What happened that year? When you play Bison and you hit a fierce flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
We're just jealous?
I like to get that on YouTube.
This is when he was a successful YouTuber. They were just really jealous of his fame.
That was like,
obviously.
It's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to
oh, there we go.
Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't show up. Bullshit. He was like, oh, I'm protesting EVO because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo.
Yeah.
I don't want to enter.
I thought multiple people did that.
Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II.
Slandering his name because he won against
that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005,
See, we know all this stuff.
Is that he totes his knowledge
this
as
is pretty
a fair
basic
advantage.
stuff so far.
But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then
That's
my
how it
final
works,
match
yeah.
in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega. And he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match. And just because he knew those few things,
No, I've never heard
jump
this.
on me. And I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, "Why did he do that?" I don't know. You know, I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people, and I was, you know,
1,000 or 2
I admit.
people. So there might have been 1,000, or there
So
might
what
have
ended
been
up
2.
happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
Was such a
DSP had
strange
ranked
like
4
win.
at
Like,
Evo
yeah,
2005
well,
for
I'm
Street Fighter
4th,
II
but
Turbo,
the rest
and
were
used
Japanese,
the
so I'm
statistics
first.
to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details.
It really is the
around
most
his victory.
insane take.
What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to Evo 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more
Using
debt accrued,
credit card debt to
Phil
get
moved back
4th
in
at
with his
Evo.
parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here,
Even if
he
he
was living
won,
off
he'd
the
still
high
just
of
be
his
in
new
massive
title.
debt.
Perhaps
Nothing would have
unrecognized
changed.
and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, "Hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them?" And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006.
This story's gonna be about how he
When I
beat
first
them
met
all.
him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment. Like, oh my God, this is a guy who just came back from Evo and placed.
John Rambo,
That's actually insane. What? This is another one of these quotes I missed out on. He is projecting himself onto John Rambo and acting amazed that he got to meet DSP. That is... What do you even say about that? That's insane. That's mental illness.
coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment. He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment
No, they had it out
that would
for
be
him.
used at East Coast Championships 2006. Now on unemployment, DSP's financial decisions became
I didn't go over like
reckless.
For 2006
whole
and 2007, I started
process of getting fired. That's a good
playing in
one.
all what was considered qualifying tournaments for Evo, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's
This was the thing. He went to multiple places to qualify. In what world does that make sense? Like, he qualified in one place and then traveled, wasting more money to qualify again. To be more qualified?
right?
I don't know.
As I started attending all these qualifying
All of them.
tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true,
Plural.
and this is footage
What?
of his victory at Evo East 2006.
Good film. Do a pose. No, okay, just waddle it off. Oh, he's calling out Daigo.
As neat as these victories
What
were,
a badass.
traveling across
Fuck,
the
he's so
country
cool.
when he already secured a high position in Evo meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as
Yeah.
having more than one seat was pointless.
Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at Evo like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots, because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These
Was
victories
he trying to get-
inflated his ego beyond measure.
Okay,
and
so
created an
it
even
sounded
more
like he was
aggressive-
complaining about that. Did he intentionally do that to try and gatekeep people from being in that bracket with him? So it was just like an automatic win?
Phil.
Because that's the only reason I could think you'd do that.
Hypocrite, because you have no problem. You have no problem talking about my shit. I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass. Oh, really? You gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
DSP continued to seek out a physical altercation.
It's so
and in
funny.
most
Imagine
cases,
DSP
it
talking
led
shit to you when you've seen him in person and he looks like DSP. Like, how could you take a single
Other
thing he said
times,
seriously?
He miscalculated and threatened someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again,
this would never happen because DSP wouldn't make weight.
As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight,
this
and
is
then when a
probably the
crowd
most
is around
embarrassing
us, we both do
early
DX
story.
chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing.
He kept stringing him along, hoping at some point this guy would be like, actually, this isn't worth the hassle.
Between him and I, unquote.
But because he kept going, he had to just
fights,
make some crap up.
Was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil.
He looks so woke on all these.
I mean, for years, these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi. I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank you.
He sways even in person.
Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
Oh.
As chance would have it,
Absolutely
they
cooked.
actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great.
He has to win this or else he won't be talking about it. Oh my god.
Motherfucker, you know, all this practice. I waited all day. Basically, mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match.
Oh, that's his excuse. He had to wait too long.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself.
If he's talking about this, he's going to have won it, because he always talks about stuff he's won. He never shuts up about it.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now, this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage.
He came back for seconds.
With Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first 2 matches played out exactly like they did in
0 and 2.
Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match, where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
He does that now for money.
DSP did not even place in the top 8. He was now the former top American player, but if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East. Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Is that Philip with a DX shirt on?
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him.
I feel like if someone beat him, he'd probably be a better person today.
Just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit? This and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that. And just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy. So he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better,
this one, yeah, this is such a great coat.
I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time, and I just can't control myself when I do it.
You know that never happened. If it makes you feel better, hit me. Yeah.
Because I felt so bad about everything that I
started crying because he's about to get fucking knocked out.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like like with the West Coast people, where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up. I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection.
I wonder why.
His degree that he had recently gotten
that
was
can't be
supposedly
DSP.
business.
That picture,
so
I refuse to believe
work
it.
experience, nor his educational background, was related to his current position.
What
the
was?
only thing that was his father, who had been working
very
at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism. There was an additional development that DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first fortune that I got, well, my fortune that I got that they said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay, I use a digital camera.
Don't worry, you're not going to edit this video? You're just going to post them as is with the 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit? It took 2 days, actually.
Why would I edit the video? That's DSP to a T.
Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman! Oh!
The Dark Side
It's
Film
crazy
YouTube
how
channel was created on
starving
March
people were
3rd,
for content.
2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment for Day 1 setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and
so strange, it's not even straight, it's like a weird angle.
Star Wars The Force Unleashed.
At least I got all this fucking high-definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers.
It's a bunch of fucking horseshit, to be honest.
Yeah, we don't care about the Castle Crashers.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied,
We're here
the
for the
style of
Star
recording,
Wars
the
gameplay.
commentary, and the title
That's the one he never shuts up about.
Proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos, and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of.
UI.
In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence,
the best game of all
relied
time.
on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
No editing.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay, Saints Row 2.
Just end.
Trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload.
It really was level 1 from day one.
Additional effort
the laziest shit possible, just all the time.
Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series,
living
now
15 years ago.
what would be known
I mean, I was as well, but I'm saying, imagine imagine where you were 15 years ago. Imagine sitting down and watching Fallout 3 Part 2
he was uploading.
for 10 minutes.
If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos
That's 10 minutes you'll never get
November
back.
28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series.
Archive
that was only a fraction of the
emulation
749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos. They are not that good."
That's so funny.
Unquote.
Even his original viewers were like, "This is dog shit."
Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man. Suck my leg."
This guy was the OG
Unquote.
detractor, Leon
Phil's
3816.
commentary was colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh, look.
Fuck you, is it?
Blah, blah,
Oh.
blah. You cannot speak in the
Okay, that's
English,
worse.
you stupid.
Okay.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Usually it
Number
goes,
6.
"Fuck you," or something like
Viewers
that.
were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gets a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Oh, I hope they show that announcing thing where he was on like the commentary. That's so funny. Like screaming over the other dude.
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including
should
the
bring back the
audience.
iconic
From
cowboy
those
hat.
few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were
15 years ago, he was taking
Even now, in the channel
donations.
comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture
was begging
via
from
what is
day
known as a
one.
capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive.
Was it his
yet
money or was it
worse
sent to him?
As you know, any donations that you send help me in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum, so.
As these suggestions to how he could improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd
It's
have to
crazy. In
actually do video editing
2009,
on every fucking video that I put up.
people were
Considering I put up
knew
like
enough
30
about this
fucking
stuff to
day,
tell
unless
him
you want to
what
fucking
to
stay
do.
home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen. So shut
But
your
this shit was
fucking
brand
face.
new, and people were like, "Yeah, just
as
use
would
that."
be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem
Dude, you know
overcomplex
Joon
to
the
an
King's
audience
sick of
that
this
knew
dude
very
after
little
watching
about
so
video
much.
creation. From here on, he will label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera, and
I can't
not the
believe
game,
people were
as
worried
people
about
would
this being
actually
like a
search
glazing,
for.
because
It
like
is
there's
difficult
no
to
way you
say
can
how
watch
much
this much DSP
was
and come
making
away
from
with a
these donations,
positive,
but he was earning something and
impression of
realized
him.
he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as
Crank
YouTube
it
was
down a little bit,
afraid
the
to
volume. Tell me if
monetize
it's too
such
low or too
content
high.
in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the king of hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend.
It really was
and
just anything.
perform well in.
Just chuck
It was
it on.
clear that
No
DSP
thought.
had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was
he
successfully
interacting with them, or was he just
accepted
kind of
into the
pointing
YouTube
a
partner
camera at them?
program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's going on? My name is Phil Burnell, but more commonly known as Darkside Phil or DSP for short.
Imagine you build up this pretty good sized following for the time, and you're like, I better look presentable for this, you know? This is my face reveal. I'm gonna show everyone what I look like. And you wear like a creased t-shirt with a shitty design on, and you just look like this. Like you haven't showered in days. Incredible.
2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time on YouTube. And actually,
Glad to change the system because there's no universe where DSP can be considered a comedian.
At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for
Why would you do that if you were-
$131,000, leaving him to be a
That's
host
really
for
cheap.
such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah.
What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza?
Did he have a mortgage or did he just buy it outright? How did he get the money?
So we could play Turtles. John Rambo here devouring his final slice.
Imagine, you just want to hang out with your friends and this fucking dude waddles over with a camcorder. That's so fucking lame. You just tell him to get that shit out of your face.
Controversial as Phil had become in the real
How do you put up with
world
that?
and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos, like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Top 10
Not
racist
everything
moments.
operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Follow me, Red. Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions. Just follow me.
It was like an Even Ralph moment. Follow me, bitch.
What? Red has died.
This guy's
she
so
didn't get
bored.
fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal,
I want this
DSP
back. I want
followed
drunk
gameplay
DSP back.
regularly,
That's so
blaming
funny.
the game for its shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained.
Not even let the dialogue play out, just skipping it randomly. Like, I do that, but you don't do that when you're just playing something for people to watch.
What
are you doing?
A viewer may have missed it as Phil did through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly
He was
chose
just
the
pressing
option
A on
to
everything.
threaten the NPC.
Of course he has some like crazy, massive weapon because he looked it up in a guide. This guy's absolutely hammered, that's crazy.
I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
This is
There was a
embarrassing. I
grotesque
can't believe you
nature
put
to
these up.
Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
What?
My Xbox locked up. Fucking done. Fuck this.
This is basically the OG to say don't play.
Shit, fuck.
Dude, I don't blame him for getting out of The Witcher 3. That shit pissed me off. He's so hard.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared.
Look at
In
this
just a
badass
little over a
background,
year,
dude.
he
I
had
want
nearly
these
7,000
wallpapers back.
uploads
Look
on
at
his
him in the
channel,
background
with
there.
his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub,
I love these.
loud, obnoxious, disrespectful,
Whenever he thinks he's
belligerent,
winning, and he
inciting troll,
does these little
asshole,
speeches.
worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people.
No,
If you be
70
the
million,
judge,
sorry,
I'll
60
be
million
banned
people
by
have
the
clicked
time
on his
you read
video.
this. Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he just 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You know, take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that
I'm really
they would
glad he's not
allow
lingering on
any
it
of
too
my
long, because
gameplay
some of it
footage,
brags
in
so
particular
much.
because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Guess who's back, motherfuckers? That's right.
That's so funny.
That's right. They tried to take me
He's
down.
look badass. Look at this. Guess who's back, motherfuckers? He's looking like this.
That's right. That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers.
Oh, he had like a wrestling entrance music playing. He had like Christian's
That's
music
right.
playing.
As you
Or
can
some
see,
shit.
thank God, my channel, Darkside Phil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made
Wrestling
two
really
additional
ruined this
channels,
motherfucker's life.
one for Street Fighter
Like,
that
straight
was
up.
soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSP Gaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
What am I going to do? I'm going to whip up a couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate than
they're
his
all
gaming
like
videos
3
or
different
even
types of
vlogs,
sandwich.
for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without
What, like
looking
a sandwich?
or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was
Why would that make a
increasingly
difference?
monetizing
Well?
different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes
strange.
he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
Oh, what a diet.
Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together some burgers, the eggs and the cheese. That's pretty much
It's
3
just
basic
meat,
ingredients.
some
but you
kind
can
of
add
breading,
things to
and
this
just
dish.
like
Although in
maybe
this
some
episode, we're
sauce.
actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat
What's he gonna do, throw some
things
salad
that
on a
might be
burger?
high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every 6 ounces of tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and or Miracle Whip.
What the hell is this man
Those were the
making?
following 4 Poorly Cooking with the King videos. Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking
He
mishaps
poured it down the
that were
toilet.
perplexing.
Safest thing to do with bacon grease.
Right down the shitter.
Hot fucking potatoes.
Screw and his viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well.
Is it the
Even
one
if
where
he
his-
did have a few
his,
hiccups
neighbor
or
gets
angry
mad at him?
neighbors telling him to shut up along the way. If this was
Imagine
the
living next to
only trouble DSP
DSP.
received, the rest of
I like how his
2010
gameplay
would
just
have
throwing
gone
boxes
more
as well.
smoothly. The key
Very
change
fun.
that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all
They
this
gave
great
him
work.
special,
They put me in a completely
special
different
Navy SEAL
department.
training,
The
everything.
management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to tell you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating, because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors, because the egg
Oh, this is grim,
all the
man. I
meat
hate watching him eat.
are extremely salty.
Flapping his
This
lips.
series was initially
Ah,
food-based.
fuck.
Then
It's
he
so
began
bad.
reviewing his own merchandise,
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get.
then joysticks.
This
Just
joystick
anything.
uses all
Anything you can get any
solid
sort of
parts.
money off, it's
This
crazy.
series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP.
The iconic. This is actually funny though, I like this.
Body. That's not it. What the hell's that shit? I'm using the new Axe Body Detailer. I use a
But I think it's serious is the strange thing. I think it's like a serious review.
For a period, DSP discontinued
like a
the
one-off
series
funny
and later
thing.
stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure in YouTube survivability. And so, by October, the King
Oh,
of
wow, this looks
Hate.com
great.
was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
That first month,
And he did. He blew it all.
I made $18,000.
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more. This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your videos. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is when he told people to click the ads. That's why he's making so much money.
We are suspending.
That's really
your
funny.
AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't
DSP
talk to your
cult
fans
leader.
about it.
Classic.
Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, you know, how you can.
Why would you bring this up at all?
Anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. That's where the fun comes from. So, I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future.
Look at the
Please go
ads.
to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on
That's
the video.
fucking insane.
DSP
That's so
Cold
shameless.
Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of
That's the only conclusion you can come
this
to,
channel
right?
was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end
The figurines appeared in the background. It's so
The amount
funny.
of statues and figurines
It's
were noticeably
slowly
increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure.
It's slowly
not in
increasing,
YouTube,
and it's
but
just
in
like it's like a
Blip.tv.
comedy. It's like it's
This was a
comedic. It
website
really
that was
is when you
trying
look
to
at it
compete
at
with
the end.
YouTube and was on
It's
the
so
lookout for
many.
talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second
What a
largest
crazy
channel on
time we live in.
Blip.tv,
Well, we
and
lived in.
was on an
when
exclusive,
they were
superior
like, right, we need DSP
Here,
right
he
now.
uploaded
Get him
gameplay
in
and
here.
vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming
I should make
highly anticipated
videos
game,
in 2011.
Dead Space 2,
Clearly,
was
there's plenty of
released
money in
to
it.
help build up hype.
When I was like,
DSP
what,
was
9?
One of those that downloaded it, and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was
No,
not even
don't say
related
it,
to the
Bill.
already controversial
Don't
gameplay.
do it. No. I love the silence before he's prepping himself.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun
It's
space,
such like a nothing joke.
their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs.
Like, it comes out of nowhere. There's no like establishing like setup.
Nazi must exterminate them. Hello, Jew.
He just saw like Howard Stern make a Jew joke and just went, yeah,
Phil,
yep, that'll do.
role-playing as the last
I'll just steal
surviving
that.
space Nazi did not translate well to his
Role-playing as a
audience
space
that
Nazi.
quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes.
That'll
Unlike
do it.
YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time,
He went,
in
nah,
just
you are
3
not even
months,
talking to
Phil
this
had
motherfucker.
restructure his job and figure
That's
out
so
how to
funny.
make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy
Just
your
getting into
vlog.
arguments with a
You're no
random
longer allowed
dudes.
to talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go, oh look, it's Hutch, and he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done, you don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party. Therefore,
YouTube didn't want to
circumventing
touch him.
Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion.
I'm surprised DSP wasn't with Machinima until the dying days.
On YouTube,
just out of like stupidity.
Could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue or faction Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima,
DSP cult leader really was like the original
DSP
villain.
Cult leader uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that.
Can't go over that shitty beer stein. It's so ugly. It's just plain white.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case. In May of 2011, he had a $600
If I was DSP, I'd be pissed as well if this was
and were running his
the downfall was
Phil
this
was still going to
intense.
fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space.
People talk about like the figures and stuff, but just look how much random tat is around it. There's like little Mario blocks and shit, and like keychains, and I don't even know, a wristband? I don't know what that. Just random shit he never needs or will ever like use.
On the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items.
Every square inch, it's crazy.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she makes, and she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice, it's so artistic looking, that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
On that note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
He needs to consume more.
Artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever.
It's so tacky, just having so much stuff.
Wow, at this point, it's pretty much all.
There's a giant empty spot on the wall, though.
Get the hell out of here and get us, like I said,
look at this, it's so claustrophobic.
Do a lot of my filming.
Duke Nukem Forever, that's really worthy of a framed poster.
Down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming, and I sure as hell, I'm not sure that that's ever going to happen.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually.
Oh, this is gonna be the worst segment. How long is this? I hate listening to her voice.
We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people.
Okay, it's not too long. It's like 5 minutes.
Romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bond even stronger.
So creepy,
he is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and
shipped him halfway across the country.
Our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough.
You know she was soaking wet when she went inside his house and there was cool TF2 figurines everywhere.
Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan. Only for Phil.
This is why they got rid of it, because people used to groom children on it.
Her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce.
Look how creepy he looks. He looks like her uncle. It's so fucking scary. I hate it.
My beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race.
No, that was just a DSP
thing,
definitely.
She also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I looked like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking non-Asian chick...
Yeah, I guess so. So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know.
Just
I've never
talking
met
over
with
him.
green eyes.
Neither have I.
Don't sound too interested, mate.
Yeah, I have green eyes.
Nope, I haven't seen that either.
Very rare, so...
What games
figured
do you
that
like?
would give away that I'm not Asian.
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian,
just
Phil's audience
talk
was
about
more
everything
curious
else.
about the 11-year age gap, with Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee
It was
being
nearly
18.
30, that's
Rumors
so
spread
fucking
that they
creepy, I
began
hate it.
dating when she was underage, but these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the wise, do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in, it can be as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it. The police is here.
Well, they're not coming for you, so who cares?
Police, you know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the
John,
channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I was just being difficult. Alright, well anyway...
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos,
Wait, he
he
still
sought
ain't got one in
experimentation
2011.
elsewhere.
That's crazy. Yeah. I'm sorry, I love the turnaround, but can we just point out like this like random? Okay. Hang on. This like random. He like slides into frame. It's so strange. Yeah, but the other two walking, but he like flies in. He like levitates into frame.
YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it.
I wish
The
he continued
stars
this.
were
It's
Phil,
so
his
fucking
best
corny.
friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So it probably still was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would have talked about how hard the day was.
Yeah, like this.
No, it wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Do you really need to do with a boom mic for
yeah,
maybe
for like a knockoff AVGN?
Respect the Pact put in a
Look at all
tremendous
this.
amount of work to edit the
They put too
project
much
that
work
only
into
needed
it.
to
That's their fault at that
because
point.
one of the members had a child on the way, and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually
The
nothing
minute you
for their
start sticking
own
a boom mic in
There
DSP's
was also
face,
the
it's
fact
just
that Project
it's
7 was
overkill.
practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out
Borderlands 2,
low-quality, effortless
the
gameplay
Go,
videos
the best
that
one,
he had
the only
even
good
gotten
one.
a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making
If he just
these,
saved his
and John
money, he
Rambo
could be
put
like on
forward
an
the
island
idea
somewhere
that
right now.
If DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have no reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response They don't want money.
This stuff won't get responded to
want-
because it's old.
they-
You know what I
they
mean?
don't
They'll just
want
go,
your
"Yep,
money
I messed up," and
It's
just
not-
move on
he
because he
says
thinks
they
he's
told
like
him
past the
Yeah.
point where it
And then I
matters.
asked him about it.
I'm more
and they
interested
said
like
he didn't even talk
in
to
like the
them.
2-hour mark.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his two friends.
But, you know, we have to build up
This
to
was
it.
already on top of other compounding.
Halfway
smaller
through, I'm
problems,
gonna take a
like
quick
Phil's
break and get a
jealousy of
drink, if
larger
that's
content
okay with you.
creators, and how
If
he
it
would
isn't,
lash
well, I
out,
don't really
bringing
care.
unwanted attention towards his channel.
So I'll be like a
just
few
himself.
seconds, but we've
Comments
still got a
would
while
also
to go.
sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from
This
Phil.
is the best bit. This is so
In
embarrassing.
this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo.
He looks all
I've never
greasy
seen the
and
best part of
like
the trailer.
paranoid.
I even saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential
Holy
things
fuck,
would
imagine
add
what kind of
slowly
ego
and
do you have to
drive a
have
rift
to
between
pull this
DSP
off,
and
to
John
sit down and make a
Rambo. Like when
dedicated
DSP
video.
lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages.
Who doesn't want to play Mario Party?
Party?
That shit's fucking
Oh,
ace.
it's not mature enough for you, you big nose piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with
How-
DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited.
That's
But
crazy,
also, virtually every
$100.
time he did
Sorry, I
visit,
dropped my lighter.
DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays
$100
rather
US
than hanging
dollars.
out
That's
outside
not
the
even
realm
a
of YouTube.
that's not even a full
This
day's
all
work.
relates to the 2012 condo.
Let's look at this guy's
From
fucking
these repeat
flat, or
visits,
his
John
condo,
and Howard
ever.
noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW.
The
So how
BMW is so funny, because imagine like getting a lift from someone in a BMW. You go into the condo and it's just full of like shitty, overpriced figurines. What a combination.
do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more.
He really thought he was
frivolously.
like the guy, you know what I mean?
contrast
Like
to
he
his
was like the main event.
40-minute condo tour. This new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27
Show the
seconds.
tat.
On the surfaces of his apartment, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I have nowhere to put, I have no use for, I can't store, I don't know what to do with it, alright?
DSP
You can't
had
store
run out of
fight
storage
sticks,
for his
they're very,
baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know,
Unstorable?
it's too much! Too much!
He's not read any of that. I don't know what it is, but he hasn't read it.
If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it, but it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is.
It really is just gamer shit.
Because my luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had
You
less
could
than
just bought
30
like a
seconds of
generic
screen
like
time and was
airsoft
even less
gun.
relevant to the plot, yet was
Put
the
the end
majority
off.
of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable.
At least
disregarding
give the
his
guy the
egregious
cool
spending
gun
habits.
afterwards.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect.
At least go here. This is your cool
for
little
your
gun,
family.
and we're
You don't
finished
give a
shooting.
shit
You
about
have to keep
anybody
it.
but yourself.
But
There
no,
are
he had to
plenty of
keep it because he
examples of
wants that cool
DSP's
gamer
poor
shit.
spending habits.
Gaming
Neutron has
quilts.
3
Fuck
custom-made
me.
quilts. These
Custom
quilts,
made.
individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
This guy.
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still
He did
very
invest in the
confident.
figurines.
I didn't go out and buy a super over-expensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone,
Yep.
for the year of 2012, he got
There it is, buddy.
85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012.
Oh my god, that makes me ill.
Now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming. And then in 2012, I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views.
He made so much money at the time and he still had to make a video complaining.
Responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't.
Yeah, he's not coming with like a Rolex, like a $10,000 suit.
So, regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the two reasons? There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video.
Come on! So I didn't want to fucking restart the game.
Number one, he's just
it's happening.
jealous of me.
Oh no.
I love it.
Bill, watch out.
Other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
What the fuck? What?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010,
No, it's
in
the
direct
guy.
response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures.
He was just
or
jealous,
Phil's
to be
obscene
fair.
commentary.
I fucking missed.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to
They
this,
only
it
got
included
longer.
AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from, that's on every day 10 times a day.
24 hours.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason EvilAJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches.
So I played this
all
game when I was
criticizing
like
Kojima.
8.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games.
So true.
He will really, you could tell, he
Base.
wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
EvilAJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated
Everyone
to
just
AJ,
looked at each
he
other
was
and went,
also
"Why are we
desperate
watching
to
this
start
dude?"
the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card.
Imagine how well he'd have done
also
if he
began
got
live
that
streaming,
earlier.
though he was still
He'd
not
be like the
editing
GOAT.
his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it.
Looks like it's really easy to do.
website like YouTube, unfortunately doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now.
It's crazy. Imagine being first in with an innate advantage and just going, yeah, well, it's hard to be a little guy.
Advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite
slop.
YouTube pushing it.
He really was the original slop tuber.
No, I lost views. Stop my feet. Oh, man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay positive. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded.
It's just annoying. Imagine a big fucking computer. I mean, a computer.
Chris had enough.
A big camera in the way of the TV.
Leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
So I had actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending.
It's probably not a good thing to lie about when it's that easy to prove.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more.
He just lies about everything. It really is
crazy. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have
well, yeah, that's gone another like Blanca figurine or something.
Phil, but not with others that post him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed.
How can you actually support this guy? There's like 10 years of content saying he's a dickhead.
One that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
We're paying the goat some respect.
Like, there are people doing walkthroughs of this game and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look.
Oh, I figured this shit out when I was like 10. On Xbox, I played on shit. What was that thing called? The orange box. This is so good. I love it.
Jump! You won't even jump. Look, jump! You fucking idiot!
He's not gonna know that.
Yeah.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
A DSP soundboard,
Because they had soundboards of everything back then.
Or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be
empty really cool
video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to
that being said, there should be things inside.
No game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card
He's
era.
such a fucking cheapskate. I can't get over
DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form This Is How You Don't Plays.
Everyone makes fun of DSP for that. I couldn't do that either.
Outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened.
It's like a crack den, but for people who have too much money.
Year. I've gotten so much stuff
that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look,
Just get rid of
this.
it. Oh my
Look
god.
at the floor. Look at this. It's a fucking hideous mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit. But
Look how
I
many
don't.
DVDs he has, or
Tied to
games,
this
or
was
whatever
the
those were.
curiosity about DSP's
You don't need to keep the
expenditures.
cases.
In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Penn Lee.
Yeah, because it's a driving.
The reason this was becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him.
But then this is some classic shit, some dudes playing World of Warcraft or some
Taking
shit.
my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him lessons if we went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this, creating
That
retards
one
that
dude is
accompanied
taking
other
shit too
memes.
far.
As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
I want more YouTube videos like that, just a bunch of dudes chatting shit on while playing a game. That's way more fun.
PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments assured that those viewers would not return to
It
Phil.
really is crazy
What's
how
more
he
is that
fumbled
Phil
it
would talk
so
about
bad.
How big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content.
I like when he points up, he's so far above him in status, he's literally like, he has to point to the sky.
His content.
PewDiePie did in fact like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his
Oh,
own
he
YouTube
hated this
channel.
dude.
On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors.
It really is
for
crazy because I remember
being
watching all these
on it.
people when I was little, and I just imagine DSP in the background of all that, throwing a tantrum. It's so funny.
I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed. Games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it. Because of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various
not
channels.
these fucking
The
cunts.
Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms
Wait,
of
no, this
Kojima.
is slightly different, right? The Sons of Kojima are
As of right now,
the
everything that
the
Kojima has
annoying ones.
made
Okay.
is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013
What's like even
ended
the joke
far
there?
differently than it began. With DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed, it made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darkside Phil here.
This is such a strain. Like he had to. Oh, it was release day. Okay, let's get those day one views.
And before everyone says what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And
This is where he puts like cardboard on the other side of the door.
facility has a nasty habit of during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's release day unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP
I really
picks up the
can't
camera,
imagine how.
takes it to the
Like,
door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the
was it
slits to
paper
muffle some of the
towel?
ongoing alarm. And the entire
Not even like a towel behind, like the at the bottom of the door or something.
Unbox
Just
game.
paper
This
towels.
screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the
Didn't even
video, is
open
what
it.
DSP was now
Fucking
known
hell.
for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary,
Didn't this guy become
his
a den?
decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space, allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by.
He could have rented it. Imagine the money he'd been making renting that
condo
stuff.
for maintenance. The social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport.
Like, he could be still renting
With
that
in
to this
mind,
day, but
what
no.
does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had
Maybe don't
decided
move
to
all your
from
shit.
Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000.
What? Okay, if it was a
What's
space
more,
issue, why did he buy a
2013,
condo
With Phil's viewership on his
after
main
having a
channel,
condo?
he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow.
Knowing how much money he made is crazy because he's making $100 grand
when things are
and
slow,
asking people for money still.
The situation
People
he
are
was
making
revealing
minimum
was
wage.
far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition
Okay, so I
to
just
this,
checking
he
the
began using credit cards to
chapter.
continue his lavish lifestyle that was far
This one's just
beyond
called like
supportable.
financial ways.
Quote, I'm a successful
like
YouTuber and lots of people dislike me
I
because
don't know if you can
I'm
see it with the
successful
way
and
it's
outspoken.
cropped.
I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may
like-
do so now.
like
Unquote.
Nearly 20 minutes
This
long.
was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE
That's so
Supercard,
funny.
which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think,
I hope they
you can buy
keep
a
the
pack
part where
of
he played the
1,500
game for
title
80
matches,
hours.
which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s, unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly
The
did
thing is,
not
he
have
dumped
any
this
money
game.
to
He just
spend.
gave up
Yet
on it.
he was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed
That'll
the lease
save
on
it.
a
That'll save the
BMW
house.
that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up,
That
my new
car was
PC,
surprisingly
I'm hoping
clean.
to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has. He purchased 3 new ones to
Did he
test
buy
them
3?
out.
Okay.
The comments discussed the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol. So he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered.
You just cancel
you
the
got more
delivery.
money than cents, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be
This
worth
guy
doing
knew.
some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol. Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture
Look at these
card. They
comments.
also
Imagine
bought a
everyone
new,
calling you an
pre-built
idiot
PC
and
from
thinking,
CyberPower
yeah, I'm just going to
within
ignore
the week of the
everyone.
capture card
Everyone
video,
else is wrong.
And did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC might have Frittata built for him by
Why he got like a little
stating,
combat knife? What is
This
that?
is how you do ship a PC. We already got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through that.
Wait, is this a new one? Hang on.
broke off and shipped.
Is this like a flashback or is this a new one? The one that...
Plastic. A PC.
Oh my god, it's the new one. And you know what? I think I've missed this.
Plastic.
He shits on the other guy for not sending it right, and this one is sent broken.
Post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
Oh my
the
god.
price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell? The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
It freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second.
He bought some fucking pre-built with his shitty CPU and just
The irony
made
of all
everything
this
run on
is
the
that Phil
CPU.
later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending,
He was doing
on
like a job in
equipment,
tech
DSP
or
could
something
cite
if everything
that
went
he was
wrong.
trying to improve the quality of his
Very
streams
strange.
and also deduct the purchases for taxes. But he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games.
Wasn't he in like
not
the
edit
comedian
videos of
section
them."
on YouTube?
Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience.
What a
of the
crazy thing to
stream
say,
was
I'm not
turned around to bite
entertaining.
him at
Well,
every
that's your
angle.
entire
In
job.
November of 2014, a Twitch
Is to
mod jumped into
entertain.
Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy
Bro,
with the outcome, especially with all
Darkside
the
Phil
money
was
he
streaming
invested in
at the
improving
same
the visual
bitrate I am
quality.
now,
In
back
an act
then.
of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher
Oh
quality
god,
streams,
Dragon Age
actually
Inquisition.
had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch
Terrible
native
game,
users
terrible,
were loyal enough to
terrible
migrate.
game.
Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating,
Everything past
misunderstanding,
Dragon
and
Age
failing
Origins
only
was
in ways
just
he
awful.
could.
Well,
For
2 is
example,
okay.
he allegedly launched a fan art campaign.
So if you hear me clicking
The
around with stuff, I
participants
keep
on
fidgeting.
Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too much to even be documented. There was a nuance to
I love the really
DSP's
crudely
thought
drawn
process
ones.
that was demanding exploration and criticism, especially when, in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the
You
condo.
don't like power wash
Parents are
this
visiting for the
or
Christmas
something. Look
week
how nasty it
holiday,
is.
And they actually took the car. That's right. I let them take the BMW. So yeah, that's a lot of trust, but I trust my parents. They
Oh
actually
my
are
god, yeah, you're a
staying in
saint,
hotel
mate.
That's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel that has a big suite.
Why can't they stay there? What?
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a
Don't
time.
worry, we
was
set
no
him
small
up.
feat.
Just let them
What
stay at the
started as
condo,
laughing
you
at
fucking
Phil's terrible
weirdo.
gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas. This Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words.
I
the
saw
most
Guru
shocking
Larry.
fact
That dude
was
hates
that it was still
DSP.
missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits.
He's the
To
goat.
capture it all and understand it all for
He's one of the
entertainment
best.
was a
Everyone go watch
process that
Guru
loses
Larry.
its entertainment value.
He's a cool guy.
The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. And then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't plays, then those that interact with Phil to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people. One that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by the
okay.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
Welcome to
no.
the SOK cast.
Not the
You guys want to introduce
SOK.
yourselves? I'd be more than
What's
happy
going on, everybody? Fred Fox again.
Fucking hate the SOK with a passion. I mean, you might hear my voice twice for a second.
Renegade operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
Ooh, I caught it.
And Carson, right?
Yeah, Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Loophole 572 shortly.
That was the Sons of Kojima podcast. This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably
I had
the
to post
least
on
amount of
my
traction
Twitter,
for their
popping off on
investment.
Twitter.
Rarely do detractors get
Everyone
less
go follow
views
it,
than Phil
or
himself.
don't.
But when it came to the
Well, I would
SOK,
recommend it.
rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil.
That's where I'm
The
on top of
reason
my
was
game.
that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways...
What was this going for? Maybe I'll go make my cup of tea now.
They would promote what they believed was their moral superiority.
And I'll just let you watch this.
That funded the construction of a
because I do not care. Oh wait, this is part of financial way still. Okay, we'll keep watching.
Detractor communities beyond their own.
Well.
They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer
what the hell happened
from the
there? Oh, is that when he removed them
ramifications
all?
of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses,
Oh no,
Phil was
what
committed
happened
to
there?
launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or this is how you don't donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166.
You have to be a very special individual to give these people money.
What influenced the surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream
The Joon Dog's been out for
like
quite a long
Minecraft
while.
that Phil had a change of heart with.
Pretty interesting so
Fans now
far.
understood that this was not so
I'm late
much
to
a
the party,
donation,
as
but
usual.
a guarantee held by Patreon's
But,
milestone goals and Phil's own
It's covered
words.
a lot of the
But it's not just
the
the way
nitty
to say,
gritty.
here, take my money and thank you. It's
But
a way of investing.
I don't really
You just
care
go, you
about
go,
this
you
half.
don't just want pure raw gameplay.
We all know
we
this,
want
right?
montages,
This
we
is good
want
for like
better edited
the
content in
you know a
addition to the raw
newbie.
gameplay, and we like
But,
special events.
like I'm more interested in like the last.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began
Maybe
releasing
here,
montages
maybe taxes.
around months
Nah, maybe
or
yeah,
just his own
somewhere around
game
here.
series. These
is where it gets
parts of
really
nature
interesting.
Are meant to compete against this
But
is
this
how
is
you
just
don't
setting
please,
everything
or
up.
at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April.
DSP
But
doesn't know how
when
to
they
do
were reinstated,
takedowns.
They were immediately
He has
claimed,
no idea.
meaning that they could remain up
Until
but
he
all the
does,
money would
but
go to Machinima.
he doesn't,
This same
I
month,
think.
DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green
This was
screen.
the only good video
It
he ever
only
made.
took one day for a scathing video that utilized green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
No,
It's
please no more
incredibly
food.
Swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you there.
Right, gout.
It's about, I'd say about 1.5
Does a gout get its own section? It should do.
of my other foot. So after doing a bunch
No,
of
it
research
doesn't.
online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a
Oh,
diet
wait.
abundant of
That's
alcohol
very
and red
fitting.
meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How do you... How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the
I
Sons
like
of
how
Kojima
gout is
were
part
all
of the
start of Phil's
controversies.
difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not
No.
accurately declare the quality of.
Back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
Oh,
As
how do you
poor as
damage
Phil
these
was
things?
with
They
communication, there
just
was
sit
one
on a
instance
shelf
that
somewhere.
him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super... Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon,
That's so
of
funny.
June
Imagine being
24th,
sent to arrest
2015,
Darkseid
someone
Phil.
called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was
Yeah,
a
they really are
swarming, and the
crazy.
police had to respond.
But he still somehow damaged them. If you'd spent that much on figures and all this other tat, you think you would like take care of it. But it was just everywhere and just stacked on top of each
They
other.
were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
And this stuff, I mean, these like figures, these like collector's figures, from what, well, I haven't got any, but from what I gather, they're pretty like solid, you know? They're hard to break. But this guy went and broke them.
DOS attacks were funny. You almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
This
I'm blushing.
shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex.
You think like pass it off later, like, oh, it wasn't too bad. You know, I'd be like a cool, like tough guy.
Meaning that this message that the detractors as a whole were at fault
He's talking about
was
Gamergate,
contained
what's
to his
going
own
on?
platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored.
Do you think he
and
collected
archived.
them for the value or
The
because he
following
liked
month,
them?
Phil on
He
his
didn't
own
like them
forums
or...
avoided using the chat
Hang on, let me turn this
function
down
on
for a
his live
minute.
streams, but not donating as loitering.
I'll pause it. He didn't collect them for the value or because he liked them. He just collected them to spend money. He had a TF2 figurine, and I'm pretty sure the only time he played TF2 back then was when he made like 2 videos on it. It was just random shit for the sake of it. It's like now, it's like Champions. He didn't even enjoy the game. It's just he wants to spend money.
But it's okay because he's lenient. As much as
I mean,
he claims to
go
be,
look at the
his
Champions
audience
streams.
on both
He
sides were not convinced.
he demands to be able to
Especially
spend
with
money to
troubles
skip
on his
gameplay.
Patreon. A new
It's
milestone
crazy.
at $1,250 was Project 7 Rebirth. Quote, if this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7.
What a great
Although
goal.
I'll at least
Pay me and
have
I'll
something
take
to
some
show for it
days
by the
off.
end of the month. Unquote. In no way, other than to drive Patreon
He did write all the funny
donations,
jokes,
does
though,
this
so.
goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series.
I wish this was actually made. Imagine him doing it
Due to this,
himself.
viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit
How would he take
related to the
part?
news.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's.
To be fair, it wasn't just figurines. He bought like, I mean, it was, you might have just missed it.
It's an internet
He bought
website
3 capture cards, 3 separate capture cards,
creativity
and he only needed 1.
people like you.
And he just had them
Simply
for the
log
sake of
in
it.
and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced
Yeah, you could
the
go all the way
project
across
would
the
not come
country.
into
Maybe you could pay him like
fruition and would be
$200 instead of
replaced by another
100.
goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that include the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed,
Shame his fault.
and on
Oh, that is
Social
the
Blade, it
dip.
showed that for the month of August, he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange,
Never know when you need
unverifiable
a
string of
capture
events,
card. Yeah.
this deletion of
No,
views was
apparently,
causing a
okay,
drop-off
so
on his channel.
I don't know, I'll pause again. I don't know this for a fact, but one of the comments said he bought a capture card. Then he thought, oh, actually, no, this one looks better. So he bought a second capture card. And he thought, actually, no, these two are crap. This one looks even better. And bought a third capture card. And this whole time, he already had a capture card. So there was no need. But he didn't cancel them. He just collected all 3 to have them. Like, you don't cancel the first 2 and get the last one you decided on. No. Just have them all. Why not?
In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to
Long-winded,
his
yeah.
audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete
I missed the
those
love seat.
600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership. but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed by
It's crazy how fast he's aged,
Then he
by the way.
claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views
Yeah, no
brought him
research.
down in the invisible total rankings,
No.
and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via
Well, if
the
he did
channel's
research, he'd
following
realize people were
views.
using a
The
capture
only
card
thing
like
is
5
that
years
all
before he got
existing
one.
evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his social blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From
That's
November
crazy.
of
Look
2020,
how high
he
you
was
fell.
losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis.
Casting
Yet now,
couch,
in
basically,
late
yeah.
2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation
I don't think
of
Cat would
around
have fit on it, though.
200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really
Yeah,
want to
let
help,
me get a good pause here.
Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
I like how you can see the snort sac start to develop. Just kind of like, just under his eye there, it's like a little shadow. And then like, a few years later, it's a full-on like, what even are they? I actually don't know what to call them. It's like a tube. It's so strange.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals. And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil.
Yeah, that probably is just,
On
I mean,
Thanksgiving
basically everything can be
2018,
attributed to
Phil
him being
uploaded an
lazy.
Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way. But in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it
Oh
up,
no, he
let
aged
this
like
thing
milk.
build up.
I don't know what happened. He must have,
When relationships get
when he
ruined,
moved,
right?
he must have
Fans
just started
unseated with
drinking
Phil's
like
answer,
mad,
like
because there was no one
Project
around to just say,
7, were reaching out to John
calm it down,
Rambo
Phil.
on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Because it's
Hello.
just incredible,
I'm
it really
John,
is.
And I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity
God we
by
got to
channels
keep it.
archiving the material. And
Imagine if
so
that was gone.
was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details
I hope they go
his
with
fall
DSP
with
reacting
Phil.
to this, because
From
that was a
Phil
very
following
strange
him
one.
on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text.
Drunken
It was
messages.
all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise.
That's
both
the only
parties
running
invested
theme
in,
is him
Phil's
drunkenly
susceptibility
doing
to
things.
trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that cause.
Bro, look how fucking wide he is, bro.
John Rambo
Hang on.
tendencies.
Look at those, look at those titties. Look at him next to a normal person. He looks like the fucking Marshmallow Man of Ghostbusters. Look at this dude. He looks like he's about to eat John. What the fuck? That's scary.
And other private elements that caused this falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never
You have to
did
email
call.
him, sorry, John.
And so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Not even a month later, now closing 2015,
The cat
Machinima
disappearing,
informed
that's
Phil
so
that
funny.
They will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
You know, I actually hate the jerking off thing because it covers up all his like worst aspects. Like people just go, "Oh, he's a jerk off guy." Now.
The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff, like scratching his leg.
Various stuff.
The bombardment of memes
Stuff
and
and
other
things.
media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear
The
that he was
three
pleasuring
howling
himself on stream
DSPs
and
is a
forgot to
great
turn the
picture.
camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean.
Yeah, I
and
don't think
admitted to what
anyone
he was doing.
dislikes John.
After Drama Alert,
I don't think he was very
and the
funny,
internet as a
but
whole
he just
spread
seemed like a
news,
nice dude.
Darkside Phil would be
And that really is
known above all
DSP's like
else
whole
for this.
entire
A
life
new
is just
nickname was passed
taking
around
advantage
as
of
DSP
people who are
would be
way
known
too
as
nice.
The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
It's the guy. I'm watching his Twitch.
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy?"
Yeah, no, the
that
jerking it.
pleasured
Well, that's
himself
the problem. The jerking it is such a small part, but it's overshadowed everything. And now he's not even the only guy to jerk off on stream. It's not even an accomplishment, but he's just still the jerk off guy. But like, no one cares about the scams, the begging, the more begging, even more begging, the weird racial shit. None of that. Just the guy who jerked off. And you didn't get, it's not like he had his dick out. Okay, that would be a whole nother thing, but he was just kind of sat there and he just kind of tilted his head back.
Stream.
And that's it.
He'll handle this remarkably
I mean, it's
well,
funny,
making
but
jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
nah, I think I have a Twitch channel, but I don't use Twitch. My computer's too bad to be
His partners and
gaming
Machinima were
on,
not
you know.
so enthused and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators.
Yeah, I mean, my CPU is so bad I can't run OBS and like any game basically. Unless I'm playing like WWE Champions, it might be able to run that.
With fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own.
That's the picture on his business card.
Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new buck meaningless.
You know, he was just walking through like a Target and just saw that and got pissed off. He was seething.
With, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote. The source of Phil's frustration
Logan certified. Yeah, actually, I don't even know what could do that.
He was jealous. And over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended
It's
the
like
idea
a
that not
6-year-old
editing his
computer or
Let's Plays
something.
is
It's basically like
worthy
an
of
Xbox
popular,
One in
while
terms of power.
simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something
See, if I had a
going on here.
170 grand coming in like Phil, I'd probably buy my own PC.
Misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself.
It really is a miracle all this holds up. That's why we're streaming at like 3000 bitrate. Because if not, it's not going to work. It's going to fall apart.
He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil
This is the problem with DSP, like, videos. How many times can you say he lashed out at his audience for like the 20th time?
Stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil
yeah, there really
was
isn't a
this
casual
balancing
DSP
act
viewer,
between
is there?
dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as
Sorry,
I
I
did
just
last year,
noticed they
playing
need
4
to
new
pledge.
games. Just got a
How
notification
about you
my
get a
bank account
job?
is overdrawn. Locally, my Machinima payment is literally coming through
Could
today.
DSP even actually managing a
To add
job
salt to the wound,
anymore?
The infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any
So
other.
he was making money renting the condo and he was
February
still
26,
complaining.
2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2.
Oh, this is a classic.
A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes, both surface level and
I love
personal
this.
around Phil. For example, his
He just has to nod along with it.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
Yeah, it's just like coping, basically, this entire thing.
They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts.
Yeah, I mean, at the time he was spending on Supercard, but it was only like 200 at a time.
I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement
But
ring.
it's way worse now, and
What
his
does that mean?
income
I
is
never
way
gave her an
less.
engagement ring.
No, she got her own, I think.
I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does that even mean? There's some stupid inside joke that I don't understand. What does that mean? It won, and it makes no sense.
It's interesting how that one got him. Like, the rest he could, like, fake laugh about, but that one he really didn't like. It won as well.
Is there actually,
The
like,
fake laugh is so obvious. It's one of my, like, biggest hates of what he does. Like, I can't stand it. It's kind of like when he's being, like, destroyed verbally over a mic, and he just goes, yes, yes, and starts nodding.
What are you talking about?
Like, he's just so owned, he just can't, there's no coming back from it.
And stupid the people are who do this shit.
Look how salty he is about this, I forgot about this.
No human would know
Let me
what the
turn it
fuck
up a
we're
bit.
talking about.
I don't know if the audio levels are good or what,
Inside
but,
joke they made up for themselves that no one
too
would know
bad.
anything about at all.
Yeah, when something really affects him, he, like,
Zero fucking sense.
he just keeps talking about it. Like, let it go, brother.
Fucking stupid.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Panda Lee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job.
No, he knew. He had to
Dissatisfied
know.
in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?
Oh wait, no.
Unquote.
He didn't know.
Panda Lee then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Panda Lee allegedly also took off work to experience live drama that was
Speaking
unfolding.
of Kino, let's get some subs. Ah,
it was a surprise
that's what we do, right?
did not separate there.
I don't have
The
subs. I don't have
limelight
anything.
instead was
I don't even make
Machinima.
money off this shit.
With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company
Speaking of
model
which, I love how
failure,
Phil
they
has
had
just
less
taken
support
that
from
now.
freelance recruiters who were feeling
Like the
the brunt
shouting,
of
like
loss
for
of ad
basically
revenue.
begging, but in like a
Phil,
fun
being one
way.
of these creators, reached
He just
out,
stole that.
but
Oh, this is good.
Machinima
Look at
was
this.
slow to answer. And so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on February 28th, a
I
Machinima
love
employee
weird
reached out to
PS1
Phil
Phil.
and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract.
Just went, yeah, okay,
After
bye.
all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning
I love this.
100% of the ad revenue. Phil,
You know how fucking annoyed with Phil you have to be after sifting through all this shit when you pay someone to make an animation of him slamming his keyboard.
was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010.
Yeah, it's crazy. The
As
minute
seen
he
per
gets,
Fred
like-
Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch
I don't know, he has, like,
chats,
this weird-
Phil was
obviously we're seeing
acting
it
as if
now,
he was
but
blindsided by his own request.
he like thinks
stating,
he's bigger than
quote,
he is. Like
"There is
he'll
no
like
2 or 1 month notice.
he'll
That is
pull
complete
rank on
BS,
like
lol,
Machinima.
but
It's
this
like, bro, you're
situation is
making
pretty
like
unique. Unquote.
you get like
The
10,000
video
views at
released
this
shortly
point.
After, Phil dissects his separation.
You don't get
of
to go,
Machinima.
I'm leaving
Then
unless you
dissects it
treat me
again
better.
and again
You're gone.
and again.
It's
Then
simple.
loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a
I
satisfactory
love when he's
answer.
sped up. He waddles
That's why
so
his
much.
video is
He like
nearly
sways
2 hours
around like
long
mad.
to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on, unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is
Can't
why
get over
he would
little
ever
PS1
care for
Phil.
his side of the events.
So good.
His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any
He
controversial
wouldn't
moment,
make
Phil is
it.
certain
He
to
couldn't
extend
handle
what
it.
should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page-long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel
No,
to
Phil
be
could never make
released,
any sort of
and
new
then it took about an additional week
new
for him
YouTube
to
channel.
fight
Like, he couldn't
various
start
content
fresh on
he claims
something.
himself as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with.
Because he's
This time it was
so
Curse. Unlike Machinima,
he can never
who was
like
trying to inflate the
look at his
numbers,
own stuff
Curse did
and
not give Phil a 100%
you know go, okay, this
ad
needs improving,
revenue,
this needs
nor
improving.
was he in
No,
a
it's oh,
managed
YouTube's not
partnership.
showing my videos
This
to
means
people or something
that
like
they
that.
would
You know
not
what I
be
mean? Everyone
responsible
else is
for
at
his 30
fault.
or so content ID
So he'll
claims
never
he was getting a
improve.
day on his
If he made a
40,000
channel right
videos.
now, he'd probably be recording with a
The
camera.
developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panda Lee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panda Lee personally liked on her Black Currant account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil
Amazon.
had spent on the lower end for this ring.
I'm sorry, an Amazon
Testament
ring
to his
is
detractors'
insane.
obsession and or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a
Is that a thing
different
people
network
do?
that introduced
That just seems
themselves
wrong
as
to me.
Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges,
Was this the
he
fake
found
one?
their offer to be too enticing to give up, and severed his partnership with Curse.
I think it's
Though
probably
Phil
quite easy to
had
find a
made
lot of
great
this stuff.
mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding.
Phil's a
and they
really
quickly turned
bad job of
around
hiding
and
anything.
disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network.
It's
known
not even
as
about being
Bavaria
cheap. I just think
Media.
it's strange to
And
buy
as
things
revealed,
off
was using Poltavi
off
as
Amazon,
a
like earn an
front
engagement
to
ring off
disguise
Amazon.
their own network and shady practices.
That's something you
The
go and
CEO
see in
was found
person,
to be
right?
just a student at a university. Phil, understanding
The
his
guy,
mistake,
just
sought
a
to
random
leave
dude.
his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Bavaria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events.
When do these
for
motherfuckers
everyone
get out of
involved.
here? I hate them.
While all this was going on, Phil was
like
in
a
the
death of the
process
sons of
purchasing a
Kojima.
new car. For the past 6 years,
never
he had
know.
been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles, and so never changed the oil.
You know, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free, no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive. And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long
They had
understood
to
he
contact
was
him
not
to get it
actually illiterate,
changed. You go in
but
and
hadn't been
request
yet
it.
exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts.
Yeah, no,
related
I
to
never watched the RTU
That's
one 'cause I
why
don't give a
whenever
shit.
other
He's
content
boring.
creators discover both,
But this,
it makes for an
this is
interesting
a really
watch.
good watch so far.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
He what? He leased a car for $400 or $500.
The little PS1
month,
Phil
and he's only
is the
drove
goat. He's the best
6,000
part so
miles
far.
in 3 years? What?
It has to be like a detractor guy. No, you have to have a real level of resentment to put time into making that.
Inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage.
Oh my god!
Big up Pixar, by the way. I'm pretty sure he follows me on Twitter.
No, there is.
As everyone
not,
should.
BMW has diagnosed his computer in the car. Okay.
And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
Bro, you know when you're getting cooked by Destiny,
the
something's
person
wrong.
reacting to Phil's explanation calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to have Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat.
He always says that. I don't know who this is. It's like trying to like big dog him. Like, oh, these guys are so small and unknown. I have no idea who they
I
are.
don't already know. This guy
Destiny's
probably
like
didn't know I went to
100
school for
times the
finance,
size, right?
Unquote. Phil, still in the mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a losing battle against Destiny, something is very, very wrong.
Hold on one second, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
No.
Phil had received a call from
shame.
Pandalee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state,
This is
and
what
after
happened,
a
yeah.
3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
So now she's zonked out. She's sleeping, you know, in the room because
She's been given a pill,
She's still on the
but she wasn't left anywhere.
Loopy or whatever. So, I mean, we did on the way home. I stopped and we got food. We grabbed like chicken sandwiches and we just ate them. And now she's sleeping. So that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like, oh my god.
Imagine.
The thing is, I know if this ever
Okay.
happens again, I'm gonna tell him you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No.
Okay, hang on, shut
Nope.
up for a second. I'm pretty sure they were split up at this point, but this just happened. It's like a big event. You know, it's a kind of a health scare, even if it's nothing too serious. And you get back home, the first thing you do is turn on your camera and just start bitching and moaning that it's happened at all. Just let it go.
You get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill, give her a pill, and that's it. Because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Pandalee's issues or minimizing them. which is what he was now getting backlash for.
Okay, you can be annoyed
What
at
they
it,
didn't know
but don't
is
go
that
on
Phil
your
and
fucking
Pat Lee
online
had broken up
show
some
and
time
start
before the anxiety
bitching and
attack,
moaning about
which is
it.
also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
I know you're panicking. I know you're nearly at a heart attack. But I'm trying to do a shitty story that goes on for too long on my podcast about how I ate a chicken sandwich.
Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate "Baby Come Back" by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so anyway, here's "Baby Come Back" by Player, and they actually wanted me to say "Baby Come Back." I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes.
These kids, and how old was he? Like 39?
In many ways, Phil was defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, "iJustine is basically..."
This is crazy, by the way. This is an absolutely crazy post. I don't care if it's like oh, it's just a Twitch chat. You do not put this online if you're anyone with any sort of following or clout, I guess, is how you put it. Absolutely insane tweet. Not a tweet, a comment. Chat message, whatever you call them. It's just not good.
She was
Don't do
actually
it.
hired in the first place, lol, unquote. Prominent detractor accounts
Then they
took
call
this
that bad
screenshot
optics.
and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much
Yeah,
surprise,
it's like
iJustine
insanely public,
responded,
and you can go back
quote,
on Twitch,
"Why
right?
don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues."
Also, you have people following
Phil
you
did
who
have issues. For 10
screenshot
years,
everything
Phil
you
has had a
do.
dream job meant to provide steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show.
Yeah, I mean, you
for
can't
his near
you can't be confused when no one wants to
The
work with
sneaking
you
back
when you
was
just
he
randomly
lost far
lash
more
out
than
at
he
people
gained,
who are more
and for a
successful than
period,
you.
He seemed starkly aware. Quote, "I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular
Holy
basis
fuck, that's the
since
most
like
pathetic thing I've
2007,
ever read.
before YouTube
What?
started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the
I've
sacrifice.
never seen this before. That's so pathetic.
I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone, unquote. It is clear that
Only
he
he
regrets
saved
his
it or
move,
invested
but
it
he
or
cannot
anything.
accept it is his fault. That's when people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, "I talk to tons of people on a daily basis."
In chat.
A user then asks, "I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch?" Phil responds, "I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working."
He
You
actually
realize
meant Twitch
I haven't
chat,
had a day
that's
off since my time off in July, right?
actually insane.
This is my life, and has been for
Keep saying a lot of
quite
things are
long time
insane,
before
but
moved
I
out
forget
here.
how bad
Then
this
it got
dude
better
is.
for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really.
No, they never covered that.
As recoiled
I was
as
really
he
upset
was
they
at
didn't.
Dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality,
Some
it
dudes
is
having
very
way too much
divided.
fun with this.
Some hate Phil, some just want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments, for example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be
Yeah, the
aware
problem is
that
when
putting
people try to
themselves
like
out
shut down
personally
Phil
will lead to ridicule
themselves.
in a space
It just
that
gives him more
exploits
things
any
to like
weakness.
bait about, like,
Or
for
they simply
sympathy.
feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that
Just let
want
him-
interaction with Phil.
let him kill
These can
himself.
be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial.
POV Derek,
Then you have
spam
those that feel
messages.
personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in the space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all
Yeah,
these
that's the
people
problem. It's
inhabit the same space.
you can blame it all
Whether
on
it be
the trolls
forums
and
or
the
Phil's chat,
detractors or
they
whatever.
can
But
be
he's
seen
like
arguing
the
endlessly.
best thing he's
It
got
is
is like
only a
one
community
random
out of
dude
convenience
said
and
something
nothing
once or
else.
did something
That's
wrong
why it may
once,
look like the
and
sons of
everyone
Kojima would sit on
except
top
that
of
random
this
dude
virtual
piled on him
reality.
and attacked
But
him when
in
he did.
actuality, the only
Like the
thing they
bank
have
leaks
to
guy,
think
everyone just
is
called him a
everyone is
moron when he
most
did it.
dedicated to Phil.
Same with the
Group watches
Comcast
his
dude, everyone
24
called him a
hours of time
moron.
to no benefit other than that claim.
If it was all
They are united by an
if it was all
overweight,
one big team,
middle-aged,
why would we
failing
be
alien creator?
eating each other
They were
alive?
persistently hated within the detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized. And if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly
Get out of
paranoid,
here.
morally confused, overall an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and
That's what
exaggerated
happens when you
information to get a
obsess
rise
over
from
one
their
dude
targeting.
all the time.
And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence.
Yeah, I don't know what was going with
as
the
seen
feet.
here, where he is
I kind of wanted to just ignore that and hope it went away,
So how
and it
about
did.
this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I guess
Yeah,
if you want to
there you
like
go. Just for the lulz.
if you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean, that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the laws. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended. It's just
That's not what I'm
law.
saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There were also times when they invited Mr.
it
Medicare
was
on,
such
a
fucking
creator well known
spurgery.
for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that.
Yeah, I'm glad they collapsed.
That means he's considering.
It was a really easy straw man for Phil as well.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in
Like if they
it.
stuck around in like a lesser capacity,
So you're telling me you're not
he would
gonna
just
suck a
put
dick for $10
everything on them.
Really? You wouldn't suck a dick. You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some man mayonnaise for 10 million fucking dollary dues?
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you that much?
What the fuck? It's just,
Jesus.
it's just so wrong on so many levels.
Well, there you go. They refused to answer. But if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent.
It's like crazy. I always hate that. Like, would you do this for 10 million? Because it's 10 million. I'll do literally
Under
anything
this
for 10
near
million.
50-minute long video,
You'd
read,
set-
quote,
you'd be
Christ,
set for
without
life.
any DSP material to
You'd be set for like
commentate
3
over or talk
lives.
about. These guys just got nothing. That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls. Unquote. On Kiwi Farms, there is a tremendous amount of information.
These guys would have got felted so hard if
his coordinated attacks
DSP was on his
former
King
and
Arc when
current
they were
members,
around, you know?
His group's campaign of copyright striking DSP.
They were still
by
around
fan art,
and DSP
his
was the
attempts to
king again.
regulate the community besides
they would have got
deciding
felted.
what is and isn't allowed to be monetized.
Would have been
on the
6
basis of
clips
moral
saying,
superiority
Sons of
over
Kojima
Phil.
felted.
His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed.
I'm sorry, hang on. I have to
over
pause. I have to
2,000
complain about something. So I haven't streamed since all this has gone on, all this, I don't even know what you'd call it. Everything with the Kino Casino. The way he's just kind of taken the gimmick and the shtick and just stole it is really strange. He went on, what, 3 streams with them? And he's doing the, like, the PPP, like, you know, donation, like, come on guys, let's get some subs, in the exact same way. He's saying FELTED, he's doing, like, lame drama shit. He's literally just taken their entire shtick, but it's worse because it's Phil. There's, like, no energy. It looks amateur hour. Like, there's no reason you... He's not improved it or done anything. He's just stolen the thing. How strange is that? That's like me talking to, like, fucking, I don't even know, AVGN, and just and this channel just suddenly becomes about, like, making game reviews. He has the mannerisms down. It's not even that. It's like a weird pale imitation. It's just like he's watched like 2. Yeah, he forces it basically. He's watched like 2 streams. I guess trying to get ahead of See, my theory is he was trying to get ahead of this documentary by sort of cozying up to the casino guys, because they were a very big source of all this sort of drama stuff. And obviously, if they watched this without interacting with him, then they would probably start covering him more, because it's a very nice way of seeing how awful this dude is. So he thinks, okay, we'll get ahead of this. You know, cozy up to them, and, you know, they'll give me a free pass. But EPP had a very interesting reaction to this. He said that Joon had FELTED DSP, funnily enough. So I'm very interested to see how they react when they get back, because I know they're on break right now. Let's see what happens when they get back, because it might be all over. It might be all over, Phil. Which is going to be really interesting, because I wonder if he's still going to do like the big, like, over-the-top, oh, I'm back, I'm going to fell everyone, I'm going to, you know, I'm taking it to the trolls and everyone, all my detractors. I wonder if he's going to do that after Kino kick him to the curb.
Discussing him. What mattered
We'll
to
see.
Phil was
It's only
that
a matter
his
of time.
persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a twitlonger about it. It is here that Phil revealed that Panelli's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Panelli's brother's wedding.
He's playing Fallout 4.
What did the SOK do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick
How would you
that
even
they,
do that?
on their own,
Like,
and without my
realistically?
mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. They actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth.
I don't think he can do the I'm staying out of drama thing. I think he's so high in his own supply. He'll, you know, think, right, I've lost Kino Casino,
So
but I'm still back.
They the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned
I think
their
he'll
own
keep
vile
doing it
actions
until he
into what
realizes
make
just
us
how
look bad
fucked he
after
really
the
is.
fact. It's mind
I hope so
numbing,
anyway.
isn't
That's
it?
the funniest
Unquote.
outcome.
After the fall of the sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy. With the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of
Forbidden
his
Hospital.
reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments.
Can we bring this
stating
back?
two
That's really
words.
funny.
Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either
I want this back. This
okay
is-
or okay. Without fail,
Don't do
these
it on
cropped
Twitter,
up
though,
and
'cause he gets money for
overwhelmed
that.
Any other comment.
Go on his
Even
Instagram and
just
just comment,
comments
okay.
wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique
What is
was
unique
for the
about
first 3
unboxing
minutes,
headphones?
his reflection was easily visible, and he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in
Yeah,
the
okay,
past,
Ark needs to
but
come
rarely
back.
was it not in first-person view.
Obviously, after the
He
Kino
claims
Casino,
it
I've
is
had the
because
fun
of
with
back
him.
issues.
The indifference arc would go insane.
The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal drip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig.
No.
Combined with his
Okay.
ability to remain online and survive
Okay.
like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach.
Okay.
His laugh, his sway, his snorts all could be, and some were, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions. Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase.
It really is
There were two
crazy. Like,
food-related
yeah, that
items
sort of like
always got
forward
people's
lean
attention.
happens
The
so
first was
much.
sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta.
Yeah, I mean, his
But in
windows
Spanish,
are like
penne
open as well.
means
His
penis.
blinds are open. Imagine
The last
looking in
item
and seeing
viewers took
that.
note in was his drink
It's
of choice.
terrifying.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice. Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe, you know, a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting me. And
Are they going to show any of his
yes, I do
newer
have a
drunk
drink.
clips?
Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream.
It's crazy when he takes
However,
shots
his
of gin.
proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation
You take
videos.
shots of gin. Okay, I like my gin.
Gin, which I'll probably drink.
There's probably
mixed with
multiple streams on here where I've been
Sprite.
a little pissed.
To indulge so much costs Phil
And
a fair bit.
you put it with
But
some
now,
lemonade
in
or something. You
addition to
don't
owing money
take
to credit card
shots.
companies and the like, he in September found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
Oh, this is when it gets good, I
get
think.
This letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, "We suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming. Okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes.
Well, I mean, it's a business, yes.
Please answer all of these questions for us."
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes.
Is that
He
how it
claims the
started?
reason
I thought he was
behind
just
this is because he
forgetting to
continued
pay.
list
He just didn't
services
know
of
he
his
needed to
accountant from
pay.
Connecticut.
To clear the
Are
air,
you fucking kidding
a lot of
me?
people have misconceptions. My tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of
I bet he was
Connecticut.
paying out
This
the
is not
arse for
some
it as
Joe
well.
Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes. All right. I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
He was fleecing this
Is now
dude.
Phil was claiming to owe state taxes since 2014, stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his girlfriend.
Don't go over the
Yet the
fucking,
reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to
the
be able to
catfishing
hide a
arc.
relationship for this long was
I fucking
surprising.
hate this part.
A reason for only showing the back of her head was that
So-
Phil
I've
was
heard it
slowly
so
starting to
many
separate
times.
his personal and online life, meaning that there will no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP tries it videos, like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scrubber video. This could
It's
only
not really
be
pathetic
beneficial.
about trying to do it again.
wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything
Yeah,
that
the
could be
escort
used
saga's
against him,
fucking
or
lame. I
even
can't
the people
stand
around
it.
him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately
It's such a
exploited.
weird thing because he tries to claim it's like a win against detractors, but it's like they literally cleared your name.
To come visit me during my Christmas break.
Because the way he talks about it, it makes him look really guilty.
Over thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she
new
would
tab's
release
gonna
all the
pop up in 2
details
seconds.
of the event. And so
There
she
we go.
did. On Kiwi Farms, she
I just
developed a
want to
somewhat
see,
shallow story
while we're
of
watching
Phil
this,
taking her
if
out to dinner
DSP
and
has
spending a fair
responded
amount of money on
on
her.
Twitter, of
Sprinkled
course.
in are notes about his bad credit,
He's
his
verified on
disappointing
Twitter now.
manhood, and
He
general
paid.
notes on his house. This reads as
King
too
is
good
back,
to be
baby.
true,
Let's have a look.
as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony.
Wait, is he doing it
the
right
Kiwi
now? Is he-
Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so, were enjoying the chaos
Do we
this
wanna
person
watch
was
that?
causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence, and users finding
Might
strange
work out perfect,
inconsistencies in her
actually.
story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting.
No,
It was
okay,
only
we
after
can-
the users
I was gonna watch his
discovered that
response,
the images were
'cause he's
not
doing
of this
it
person's
live
origin,
tonight.
that she comes out and
But he
says
starts in
it's
an
cat.
hour. Maybe we could
It was not
pop
her
in
at
after
all.
this is finished,
It was
see
a
what you're doing.
catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and
This is a funny tweet. I won't get it up because it's too much hassle, but I'll read it out. Apparently, so many people were watching the live premiere of my Joon the King doc, it crashed the page, and nobody could watch. So Joon just made it on demand instead. Congratulations at Joon the King on your early success. Imagine congratulating a guy who basically calls you a scammer. Congratulations for exposing me for my lies and deceit. Good job, Phil.
picking it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It
How
was
long is
quite
this? Did we
easy to
skip the
find
escort
domain
saga?
registry, and with it came the identity.
A
The
small part of me
culprits
wants to
quickly
skip
tried
the
to
escort
amend this
saga.
information, but it had already been archived. The original
Whoops, my finger slipped.
different sponsor, but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair.
Okay, gaming chair arc, we're so back. This is more like
for their
it.
style of function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash.
Yeah, he thinks
As it
like
was
it's like a
discovered, this
positive,
new
I think, that
company
it got
was
so
not
many
really a
views. Like, so
company
many
at
people want to
all.
watch
It was
a documentary about me.
shipping cheap gaming chairs with
I mean,
an inflated
yeah, it is
price.
about you, but it's
so
not.
not only did this new sponsorship fall through,
Not
the company
really,
attached
you know,
to it
for the right
fell along
reasons.
with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
This is the kind of shit I love. These weird little like scams he does.
I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it.
We're gonna have to go back and watch some of the PUBG stuff because there's some absolutely legendary moments in there. Same with Minecraft.
Compete with the natural and novel interactions.
But I want to get through Dreamlight Valley first when I get round to it because that was an absolute goldmine of weird rants.
Sure, where is the waiting room?
We haven't done an episode on it in ages.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have...
Imagine getting felted by a 9-year-old. Wasn't she 11, something like that?
Wow.
How old
You're
are you?
quite rude.
He asked. I'm 11. Oh no, she says, okay. I thought he asked.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
This Pokemon-themed pixel art was made to.
Yeah, this is OG felting. This was before it was
These
cool.
moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing
That's a
individually
good
significant
screenshot.
happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence. This all hardly competed with ongoing events. Relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake, DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration, from the likes of which were rarely, if ever, seen.
It really is just
Tweet after
jealousy.
tweet,
Like,
he argued with Twitter users.
I hate when people use
At
that
some point,
argument
he
because it's
even
like,
cited
oh, you're not
PewDiePie
allowed to be
claiming his
jealous
product of
about
hype and
people.
not quality content.
But
Either of these interactions struck a chord,
it really
or
is just
Phil
like
was just in
a
many
seething
prominent
jealousy with
content
stuff like
creators'
this. Like
minds, as in not so
he
quick
tries to like,
succession, they took their
you
turns
know,
mocking
take the
Phil.
high road. Like, oh, this is
Like Items
immoral for
promoting the
half this
idea
stuff.
of Phil
But when it
being a
comes to it, it's just if
collaboration
he
with
was in that
rapper.
position, he'd do it
In the
too.
background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short
Then with his
moment
drama stuff, he
mentioned
complained
his
about
own
drama.
song.
Oh,
But in the
I'm
foreground
above
was
drama.
PewDiePie.
Then when he saw views in it, he
This
did
is
it.
what peak performance looked like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
Oh,
Justine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a
Imagine
short
you
break to relax.
jerk off being so legendary. Watch Mojo's covering it.
The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
There was a renaissance of sorts in ways
Yeah, but
creators
it
were
falls on
able to
deaf
make
ears when he
Phil
does his like
entertaining.
moral
Few
fagging,
as
like,
creative
oh
as
well,
eloquent.
I won't do that because it's wrong. Because you know the minute he could do it, he would.
This
He knows that he can't.
You see this fucking piece of garbage disc? Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This puppet
This video
sways
was
less than
honored
the
by
actual
creation
film.
of its own snore
There's
compilation.
Potion, the iconic cat Potion.
This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended AdSense account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just
what?
around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also
Look at
advised,
this.
a
Look how
common
sad he looks.
recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads,
Oh, also, by the
DSP,
way,
get a job.
speaking of WWE, he keeps claiming he doesn't watch it, but I casually sometimes watch it. you know, for free on certain websites. And his knowledge of, like, because he's never good at pronouncing names, right? But he gets some WWE champions, which he's streaming now, which is just wild. And he knows how to pronounce all the names. He knows the names of factions that are new, like last year new. And everything. It's so obvious he still watches this stuff. Like, I don't know why you'd lie about it, because people like Jade love this wrestling shit. So just talk. Jade would love to have a chat about it in his chat, but I don't know. I think he thinks it's like an immature thing, which, I mean, yeah, it is, but it's a bit of fun. Just go along with it.
This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible.
There was a new one, actually, I think.
To continue streaming,
wasn't it a recent sign?
Audience would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was
he knows about, like,
Tut for short. They came in.
Yeah, he knows about, like, mid-card, like, factions and stuff
that they donated as leverage
he should, like, okay, you know, if you casually follow it, you know, like, the big guys and all that, but you don't know, like, lower mid-card factions and, like, random dudes who get, like, one match a month.
Pushing back, Tut threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back. This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money.
Oh, I love King
Tut. As PayPal
He's the GOAT. He came in like a baller, then
Phil. But in the grand scheme of how
took all the attention away from Phil until he threw a bitch fit, and then he fucking charged it all back.
Another roughly
What a guy.
$16,000 between now and April.
This plays into why
King Tut and Snow Carl are the only people who could grace DSP's chat who I enjoy.
Demands donations from their audience.
Snow Carl's really funny. I don't care if he tips. He gets. I don't even know if he's around still. He gets so, like, such a great reaction out of Phil.
Taxes are going to be my main.
For so
thing
little
to
money.
Figure out this year, making enough money not only to pay the bills, but you know, my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully, being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind. You know, I've got.
Maybe you should have paid him, buddy.
You know, my state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April.
I love that trend chart. It's so funny.
Paying the taxes for next year, the federal taxes. Their taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs.
Not each viewer.
But also, the donations are disproportionate, as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration. And Phil also receives
Wait, you can't gift Tier 3, so that actually was 204 people.
Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks, receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique. Something no streamer would
the gamer t-shirts and the Gremlins t-shirts and shit are kind of lame, but we all be honest, they're better than what these weird Hawaiian shirts he's wearing now.
To contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes.
The marathon was to
also the snort hacks are developing very nicely, if you can see.
The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950.
It's not even midlife crisis. He got felted so hard by low tier God. He course corrected his entire life. Like everything he does is based around low tier God.
So Phil did a second marathon.
He started showering more and buying entirely new sets of clothes because a guy called him a bum on the internet.
I said, so people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go.
They're getting there. The
There
snort
was some
sacks are
natural
building up.
skepticism and some paranoia.
DSP is
around
really
Phil,
fun to
as
draw
he
because every
assured
time you
himself
draw
he
him, you
was
get to
honest
put the
person.
snort sacks in, and it
so,
instantly
in the
looks like him the minute you put
community,
them in.
While theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon stream
Hope he talks
to
about his
finance
parents
some
being
of the
near to
wedding.
death.
But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry. Again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you
I think LTG is really
about
funny.
that stuff is true. Everything, every
Like, I know he's a bum as well, but at least he's like pure entertainment.
Now Phil
DSP is
reasserting
boring
that
and
all the
also
money
a
went to
bum.
taxes. But later in the
You don't
day,
get to be
he states
both.
that was not the case.
And I did. I did 2 different marathon events. All right.
Kind of like Wings. He's like, obviously he's not a good dude, but he's too like,
These taxes was around
he's good enough as a streamer where I kind of like forgive it.
But also what people need
Like
to
Wings has
understand
some funny stories.
is that normally I raise tips, and normally
Obviously Wings is pretty boring most of the time too, but even he's better on his worst day than DSP is. Just on entertainment value alone.
And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that Wings
Phil had
trolls
lied
are
throughout his
like
marathon
really
streams and the
unlikable.
streams afterwards
Like I
by
used to watch a lot of
announcing that
Wings
over
stuff. Wings stuff
$500
actually got me into
or so went
DSP
towards his
stuff.
bills and other expenses.
But like,
This contradiction
it was just
seemed
him getting like
great
mad at a
for Sway as
game,
Phil
and
about it. Phil responded with a superbly
Well,
long-winded
plenty of people
response.
get mad at games.
His answer is buried in
At least
this
it's
line,
funny.
2 words in his 357-word response.
DSP gets mad at
Quote, "I
individuals. And it's
misspoke,"
really
unquote,
strange and
meaning that he
interesting.
misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you.
So he won against Boogie in that boxing match, and that was pretty funny.
All funds that I raised,
I can't stand Boogie though. He's the fucking worst. He's up there with DSP in terms of hatred for me.
Taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything. Nothing.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a
The
conversation
iconic
with his
10-year
mother, who
plan.
had bailed him out previously and delayed a
Imagine
potential
the
bankruptcy,
goal of asking
Phil
for
was presented with
5k
2
on a
decisions:
stream.
File for
I
bankruptcy
genuinely
or
can't
develop
believe
a
that.
10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of
That one
content
Kino demo
creation
that went
into
after
a more
Wings
traditional
Trolls
job.
and got-
It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble
I never
for him
even
and
heard of
those
it, I knew
surrounding
that.
him. Even now, there was an uproar
Wings
of
007's like a
displeasure where
massive
few
dent,
mods
right?
were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon
A lot
money
of
was
like
going.
weird like
Phil did not understand the
I
depth
don't know.
of this backlash.
They really have
On
got
the
like a
flip
little
side,
civil war
Phil
going
did
on
not
there half the
understand
time.
goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, "Took a day off the entire internet."
Oh, he gets
But
cooked by a
hashtag
dude who
#ProJared
fucking showed his
hilarity
cock
was at the
online.
top of everyone's Twitter
It's
feed.
so funny.
Haha, whoops. Unquote. Now that ProJared was going through his own controversy,
Also, the fact
sparked
how
from his new
old this
Tumblr and
tweet is,
confusing open
Pro
relationship,
Jared's, is
Phil jumped in on the
crazy.
anti-ProJared
He like
bandwagon.
had this in the back of
After
his
this
mind the entire
resoundingly
time.
successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so
Deep dive. Who
confident
saw that
that
coming?
this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a
It's
long
happened
time.
every single
In an
time. Every single time he gets some sort of, not even clout. People just look his direction. He instantly like thinks he's on top of the world again. He's coming back. It's the exact same stuff as his Kino arc, but this Kino arc is insane. I don't even know what's going on with this anymore. This is like a mini version of the Kino arc.
Positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of
Redemption run.
Slander.
We're
In
on like
a
the
nearly
third
2-hour
redemption run by
video,
now.
Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he
And
said
it's always the
Minecraft
same
was
thing. He
stupid,
starts all
dating
over again when he
Penelope
thinks
while
he's
she
got
was
new
18,
viewers.
or explaining the
Hey
Ezra
guys, this is where
drama
everything
that
is on the
had long been
channel.
proven false.
Hey guys,
Lacking
this is
here
debunking
was
all the
everything
trolls.
else. From his financial
Every
woes,
single time,
his
just move
treatment of his
on. If you think
audience,
there's new
his
viewers, they don't want to
lashing
hear
out
about
at other
this.
creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video
No, it's
was
kind of
completely
the
lackluster.
current arc's kind of
Even
aimless
a
right now.
successful video dispelling his controversies will not change the fact
I think
that
they
the reason
know what
people
they're
watch
doing
Phil
though.
is to laugh
At least
his antics.
PPP
His
seems
Saucy
to
Mondays,
know his
streams
stuff.
where he goes off camera
I have a
to stir
decent amount of
pot and
faith in him
Italian
with that.
sauce has no inherent
But it's not
value to
entertaining
regular
viewing.
people. But his lies, on the other hand, tend
Really
to be
isn't.
captivating.
Marky Mark says, what is my favorite drink? I like White Russians.
Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal.
No, not the
Users
Jasper
guessed all
reveal.
throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive
It's not a
reveal
new
came.
cat, guys. It's an old
Yeah,
cat.
someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here.
It's a slightly less new cat.
Come on up here, buddy. You want to come up here? You want me to pick you up? Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family.
See, he wasn't lying.
I'm going to introduce you to today, who has
It's
been
so
a part of
pathetic.
our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private.
It's ready for the shirt
Come on up
ripping.
Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper. But users already guessed the reveal was a new cat.
If you
Phil's
like
reasoning
Phil's
was they did
gameplay,
not guess
Jasper is
correctly enough.
an actual like just a net negative because he just stops sometimes to fuck around with the cat.
Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
On top of this, Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication.
It's not even
of
like,
there
oh, we've
being
got a cat camera and it sits in a little bed in the corner of the room, and you can watch it like run around and stuff. It just appears sometimes, and that's its entire contribution.
The day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this
That's
graph
crazy.
relates to Phil's stream
Bro,
only.
look at these.
On September 29th, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the
Oh, don't even bring this
a
up. It's
creator
not
who's
worth
controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective.
I'm hyped for
He only
the
allows
Stuttering
those
Craig
ignorant
interview.
of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions. Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially
You know what's funny?
responsible?
This is
And instead
bad,
of
but
that,
I think the
viewers
Keemstar
got
interview
this.
is worse.
I have-
Just because
this is
DSP
the
is running it and asking the
popular
questions,
question.
Okay.
You're right.
like, he can't do it.
Where did the load go?
I really want to cover that at some
A
point in
like
the
to
Keemstar
dislike
interview
ratio
because
is
it's
the most basic way to see
genuinely
how
a
viewers
really
agree with any
like
which video.
interesting look
But
into
this
this
time,
dude's
there
mind.
is something better. The quartering a softball
More
interview
hype for-
got
oh, he's doing a Joon
90,000
interview.
views.
Oh,
These
that-
can represent interest
gonna be
in
rough.
particularly how many care to view it.
Because
How
this
many
dude's got
like
like an
the interview.
encyclopedic
With
knowledge
that in
about this
mind,
dude
It's
now.
Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while
I
going
mean, I
into
said this
some
from
of the
day
deeper
one, but
Phil
you can't
lore.
watch this much
It's a
Phil
Gundam's
without
video
ending
blew
up
the
resenting
Quartering's
him.
interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis.
I mean, people used to
but
be
it
worried
also
about
stands
this
with 1.6
documentary being like a
million views.
glazing.
Even then, It's a Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its
Yeah.
controversies tie into one another.
That really is the
that
main
virtually
thing.
anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil
Yeah, I mean,
are
and
his worst
you can't
trolls
even
that
say
allow
like
him to
Joon went in on
misrepresent
bad
and discredit
faith.
the
He was
detractor
like the
community
most
as a whole.
like positive
Keyword
guy you
farms,
could be
doxings
about
are a common
DSP.
sight. Information
He
spread
talked to the
overseas
guy.
harassment.
He,
At one point,
didn't
these
even
were not
agree
so
with
common
trolls. I think.
until one
I'm
individual
trying
showed
to
up on
remember. He
forums.
was.
A
Did
user
some
that
weird
went by
posts about
Nigel
detractors or
UKIP
something.
For what would be the next
But
couple
he
of
was
years,
like
this
pretty
individual
pro
will
Phil when
frequently
it
dox
started.
those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information.
And this is what it ended up with.
Or simply just
'Cause there's no
searched
other
for
conclusion
usernames
you can come
across
to.
social media websites until he found
Unless you have
commonalities,
holes in your head like
ultimately
half
leading
his
to the
chat,
dox of
there's
those
no other
within the
conclusion
Phil
you can come
sphere.
to except
The
that this
only
dude is a
other
scammer.
strange instance of doxing was from a difficult to cover story as the
And
relevant
even if he
threads
wasn't a
were
scammer,
this
okay,
man's
even if he wasn't a
doxed
scammer,
hell
he's
were
just
expunged.
an awful
And of
dude to
course, the
watch and just
Wayback
kind of
Machine
not be
excludes
around, but
uniforms. All
witness.
that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF dog sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your tardians that your main paywall, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. which is, at the time, are where going to drop his super docs at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate forum dwelling redacted. This will begin on X date.
I missed all this stuff. This was just before I
simple and justified
started watching, I think.
Basically just disavow.
I came in at the end of the vest streak, I think.
Lol, unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts.
I came in when LSB was a thing. Remember LSB? He was the
No
goat.
one is safe. Lol. Philip Piss Baby Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 a day of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this, and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He is now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit.
I don't know about any of this stuff. This is
anything the bad dogs men have done to
I really don't. I'm not really interested in any of like the like the DSP like chat members except Derek.
Online profiles that anyone can see.
The rest of them are just
which
lame.
would have been his one valid argument in all this.
They're like usually degenerates.
In his signature blame shifting.
They give him money. I mean, who really cares? You know what I mean?
By some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence...
Like, I already know these dudes are retarded. I don't need some dude to dox them and confirm that.
Dox harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about their detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospats.
Basically, yeah.
Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry gin goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are
I don't even know how to describe it. It's just spurging out. I don't care about Phil's random orbiters.
Parts of Phil's history.
Let some do on Kiwi farms like
have longer running history and tie themselves
trying to attack them or something.
Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed.
Here we go.
A bankruptcy.
Here we go.
Which
this
had
is the year.
Honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view
This is when
event,
shit gets
which
wild.
is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known
This is my
as
favorite era. 2020 is like
the bankruptcy is far more forward and clear,
2022
and has
maybe.
been a long
Like
time
the weird,
coming,
slightly boring
his
but
want to
really
file for
strange
bankruptcy through
DSP.
2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy.
You've got yourself in such a
no
hole
way. How are
from
you gonna
fucking
get out of
figurines and
not only
champions
owing all
and
this
just
debt that
terrible
you have
spending.
behind the scenes through credit cards and loans,
That you're just fucked. There's
but
no
now
way
you've
out.
got a home that you can't pay for, and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors. In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000
Oh my
to Bank of
god,
America.
I forgot it was this
Number
bad.
4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card. Number 7, $8,500 to a Citibank credit
I'm
card.
sat here like
Number 8, $13,800 to a
in
different
shock.
Citibank
I know
credit
this
card.
was bad, but I forgot
Number
how
9,
bad it was.
$15,600 to Citibank. Number
Look at
10,
this.
$10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12,
This dude should never be able to take credit out
$4,300
ever
to Costco
again. This dude should be.
Marketplace. Number 13,
This is the kind of thievery they just
$2,800
execute you for
and
in most
finally,
countries.
Number 14, $4,700 to U.S. Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.
That's actually insane. I forgot it was that much. I thought it was like 50k or something.
Collateral include his car and Washington
100
condo,
nearly
which was
150
now his only
grand.
condo. To add to this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum. Or if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just
Oh
a
yeah,
few
he's got
years of purchasing
apparently
it.
this
Instead, he
this
is
might
now
be him
here,
misspeaking.
11
I'm not going to
years
say
later,
it's
owing the
for sure.
IRS $15,000
Yeah, apparently he
and
may have
virtually
new
no
credit
credit.
cards, but I think
Being
that's just
stripped
him.
of what little he
He
accrued and being
defaults to thinking
returned
about
back to
credit
nothing.
cards when he thinks about
Was
any
it
sort of
worth
bank card
enduring a
because he
decade
used
of
them so
trolls,
much.
daily
I don't think he
streams,
actually has one.
managing lies, and being
I don't see
hated
how
by
he'd
the
get
other
one. Who would give
community
this guy
know?
credit?
The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else
Unless he
has.
lies. Unless he lies about his. No way. Okay, this is the best documentary. This is incredible. See, you know when I said resentment?
Phil's plights
Whoever
were worth
made
it
this has a
because
lot of
of his Candy
resentment
Crush,
towards Phil.
gotcha-designed phone game
Animating
around the
Phil
WWE,
getting body
known as
slammed
WWE champions.
like 5
It's
times
important to
over.
note
That's
that Phil has
true
refused
resentment.
investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he
No,
has
this is
room to
goated. This
dismiss
is the
it
greatest
because there
documentary
is
of
no
all
smoking
time.
gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage.
Was it only?
However,
no, he played
on
Immortals as
WWE
well. He played.
Champions, there is an account that has seen
that
some
weird like
tremendous
Injustice
climbing
knockoff.
in
That the
leaderboards
WWE
that would
one.
be impossible
It wasn't
without
even just super
microtransactions.
card in this.
This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's
It
Twitter
was,
handle
yeah.
is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a
Interesting.
history of using that username
Interesting,
in other
Joon.
apps like Pokemon Go.
Yeah, no, this
Phil
is
in the
this is
past
great.
has
I'm a
admitted
big
to
fan.
playing
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like
Candy Crush?
Candy Crush
That's-
of all games, or what's the other one? Bejeweled. It plays like those two games.
He always has his full explanation whenever he talks about champions. He'll go, "I'm playing Dragon Ball Z. I'm
What
playing
detractors seek to prove is that the
Street
account,
Fighter,
They Call Me
whatever.
DSP,
And I'm
is
playing
indeed
this
an website Phil. If they can attach
WWE
this
Champions.
account
It's
to
kind of
Phil,
like
then that alone proves
Candy
that Phil
Crush
spent
every
tens
single
of
time without
thousands of
fail.
dollars on this game.
Like you know
This
he's
is where
embarrassed
TJ
about playing it the
Fox
way he
comes in,
describes it.
A person that plays the same mobile game. He was dragged into this mess
The
through
go-
unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild,
This guy plays free to play, right? As well, he doesn't
person
even.
that was named They Call Me DSP.
He doesn't even
Secondly,
actually
he
spend money
was,
on the game.
in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by the detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
Oh, hang
It
on.
was
By the way,
clear
while
that
we're on this topic,
detractors were
let's do a
keeping
quick pause. Do we think that now Phil is spending some of his tips on this new account, that Down from the Rafters is going to drop in leaderboard position? Because a lot of the time, people have worked out that Phil spent basically all his tip money on champions. If let's give him the benefit of the doubt, being very generous, if that is him, if Down from the Rafters is DSP, every single penny of his tips goes to champions. So now a good chunk of it is going towards King Phil, or whatever his new account is called. Will we see it drop to like 5th place on the leaderboard? Maybe 3rd? I think, or do you think that? Or do you think he'll spend money he doesn't have to keep it up? Because it's an addiction. It's a straight up addiction. You've seen him play it. He wants to just spend money. He tries to minimize the amount of time he's playing the game so he can spend more money. So will he just start paying for, like, you know, getting credit or something, anything to keep his performance? That's also a factor when he's making a double. But how long does that last? Because he's clearly going to keep playing champions because he likes playing it on stream. And these tips are going to dry up really quick. Because the thing is, now the casino guys are off. The whales that like making fun of DSP, or the very minor few that are actually dented, are giving him some of the money they'd give them, I assume. Because they're all called like King Phil and stuff when they donate. So when that dries up, what's going to happen? Like, realistically speaking, what's going to happen? The way I see it, this may contribute to his biggest downfall, because he clearly shows no sign of stopping the spending. I don't think it will. I don't think he'll suffer at all. I really think he'll just, to his detriment, he'll fund both of these accounts. But we'll see.
Tabs on the They Call Me DSP account. and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's guild, would adhere to the detractor demands and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I was,
no, he won't.
Find that he was online whenever.
I'm gonna pause again because this is a really interesting topic. He won't like take over. As like he won't use King Phil as like his new main account because Down from the Rafters has like it has like certain wrestlers like Vince McMahon and all this that you can't earn anymore that he won't want to sort of say goodbye to. I mean, also just this sheer amount of money that went into it, I doubt it's going to happen. This is just going to be, I don't know. He posted recently. Hang on, I'm going to get this up because this is interesting. He posted recently a picture. I mean, you've probably seen it by now. Just that. So basically, it's him. So I wonder if this is slowly just trying to introduce the fact that that is his account to then start playing on it. Because he's realizing how much high-end loot and high-end events he can't play while he's in this, you know, when he's level like 6 or whatever he is now. It's a strange one, it really is. Anyway, back to it.
He was offline. And whenever he was online,
he spends like a motherfucker in that, by the way.
Offline.
The thing is,
he has like a subscription.
More invested in games,
he's like in some rewards program you have to pay into.
Drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord. But in other cases, it could be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used.
He's also very afraid to show his Discord when he's doing his interviews. I assume it's because he's still in Champions.
And as it so happens, one of the guilds, They Call Me DSP,
not the Line app,
was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging. And
I actually think he started that in the Champions account so he could spend twice as hard. I'm going to be honest.
His phone number is public onto the Line app.
Hang on, we're pausing again. We're pausing again because Champions is an endless well of discussion. If you remember back maybe a year or two ago, Down from the Rafters didn't place near the top. It was like maybe top 10, but it didn't place anywhere near top 3 like it does now. His spending on that alone, on that account alone, shot through the roof in the last few months. Well, not months, maybe a year. Yeah, I think it was a year because I remember it was around November last year when he started, the spending really started to go up. So I think he's such an impulsive spender. The second account may also be a way for him to just basically give them even more money.
DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped,
please show the clip.
Messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual
like he's never seen it before, never even seen the word line before.
About the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under the Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like
you can't be using credit for Champions. I don't think you can do
Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Video Big Boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you. Oh my god.
I've never had credit because I'm a sensible human being.
I'm just
seriously. I thought there were limits on what you could spend it on. Like it won't just. I don't know.
Phone number that you're not, right? Or
gift cards. That's true. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's very true.
In the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed, that I changed
we're talking about
my
Champions.
number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly
let's
done
shut
that,
him up.
right?
So he always says he's going to pet stores, and obviously he's a DJ. Me, I don't know. I don't know who's a DJ here, but he also said he was going to like PetSmart or some shit like that, some American thing. Every time, and it can't be for cat food because you can get cat food anywhere. You get that Target or whatever the hell. So people just suspect he goes there and buys gift cards, and that could be that could be where he's getting them. That would be the only way that makes sense, because I don't think can you even use a credit? No, you can't use a credit card to buy like. On the limits on what you can. I don't know. I don't know about credit, like I said, so I'm not going to speak on that. But
two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoof number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
I have nothing to make amends for with Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me.
Okay, no, you can spend these on... Hang on, sorry. I'm pausing a lot now. You can just spend credit cards on microtransactions. I had no idea. Yeah, no limits, yeah. I work in banking. Damn. Baller over here. Yeah, no, people... People on Reddit are asking best credit card for microtransactions. If you're asking people online what the best credit card for microtransactions is, you should probably rethink your life. Yeah, I guess there's like rewards programs and stuff, so people do that to basically get like money off in a sense.
Was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later.
Yeah, see, I don't touch
He
credit.
would have to reach out to
It's a scary
me.
concept.
I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought it would be
I'm the
limited,
guy
like,
who's still easily reachable.
to stop stuff like
what
this.
proves is Phil has a line account, and also
Yeah,
another
it's
item to
just
stack on the
never
massive
seems
pile of Phil's
sensible.
lies.
I mean, you've seen this
but
guy.
Again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
Oh, so I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources.
No, I think he's probably on top of his credit cards now, but he definitely still
being
uses
in
them.
another WWE Champions Discord, and
If
me
he has them,
talking to
of course.
him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen.
Well, it's money not paying right now, so it's so easy to
anyone
overspend,
choose
isn't it?
whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only
this
shows
confirms
the
it to
name,
me.
but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058.
Like,
At the
obviously
time,
there's the line
Phil
app and
also had a
stuff, and
secret mod
even the
Discord,
bank
and
leaks,
rogue
but
mod
just the
happened to
Discord
be
alone.
Phil's unique Discord ID, which is also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
But the thing
The
is,
only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had...
all of this was before any of his Discord got leaked, so how would they know the unique code? Right? I don't think there was any big Discord leaks
with,
before
Twitch
any of
and
this.
stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to a Discord, but outside of that, I never.
You know,
used it for anything else. I don't even know what
I'm very
Line
happy
App
with
is.
this
I guess
documentary.
It's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
At this point, one can
I think-
reasonably deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil.
I hope people, like, especially, like, obviously Kino Casino know the stuff. That they know more than they let on, but I hope a lot of the Kino dents, there's very few of them, but there are them. I'm going to just say that now. I hope they can watch this and see what the real issue is, because people look at DSP and they shrug him off and they go, oh, he just begs. But no, he's a proper fucking scammer. Like, he's a dirty little scammer, and people let him off with way too much. So I'm glad there's a proper spot where everything can just be gathered. So there's no way you can refute this. It's showing every single lie in real time.
Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his
Minuscule
audience.
credibility.
And so the investigation continues to find
It's
something
harsh.
more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 1...
I'm sorry. I'm taking it all back what I just said. There's nothing eyebrow-raising about 5k in business expenses. Phil made the claim he isn't skipping anything in the doc. Why would he even say that? Like, why? You don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to set yourself up like this, buddy. Say, oh yeah, I skip around if there's anything interesting. That's what you say if you want to avoid all the bad shit. But he's just gonna go in the full force. Okay. It's his funeral.
22.
Oh, sorry, I got away from the point. 5k in business expenses when you live on your own is very well, not when you live on your own. When you work from home is what I was trying to say. Seems a bit unusual to me. I'm not an accountant. I don't have a business. But realistically, okay, so maybe the electric, the games, internet. That's part of your business. Maybe even some housing stuff because you work from home. Okay. What else? How is that 5k? It's not. It's just not. So obviously this is going on other shit. This is going on Champions.
A. The monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000.
What the hell? What's $9,000 in expenses though? What's going on?
In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job.
So, yeah, talking about how he didn't get like audited or anything. I think it's just one of those things where because even though it's just a pretty simple business to understand, because it's just like a new thing really in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, the judge is probably like, in the case was probably like 70, and they do not have any idea. It's like, oh, it's online, it's technical, you know. It's probably $5,000 a month business expenses. You know, it's all high tech stuff, but obviously, you know, if anyone knows, it's once the initial setup's covered, it's pretty much free. But it's just luck. It really is that, you know, if anyone looked at this who knew anything about anything, he'd be fucked. Simple as.
Job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means
I'm sorry, but imagine basically having a money printer as a job and you still lose money.
Where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect / possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months? He responded with, it's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include. And number 2,
yeah, I guess I don't run a highly successful business.
Business-wise, regardless.
Is it successful though if he loses like
bankruptcy court? Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses,
he was like
citing both his ignorance
900
of
quid
them and the privacy
in the red
them.
on one of them.
There are also clear discrepancies
hang on, yeah, what is this?
filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition,
hang on, let's go
there
back.
are also to itemize literally relations. possible to these official documents. When I asked him, quote, "Do you believe it's incorrect / possible?"
Do you think image attached to separate? Okay, so this is about the bank leaks. Do you believe it's incorrect / possible that you spent solely that much on okay.
Well, that you spent solely that much on your business.
This is very
for those
interesting.
months. He responded with, "It's not just possible, it's true."
Are you kidding me?
That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because, one, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I don't see how...
What? What do you mean you didn't do the calculation? You had to give, like... What? You'd obviously have to give in certain filings and information for them to come to that conclusion, so he obviously had some kind of part in it, right? You can't just wipe his hands clean of it and say it's my attorney or whatever.
I have no idea what they actually include. And number two, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise, regardless.
What do you mean?
It's
how could? What would be the doubt? Like the risk of talking about business expenses? You go, oh yeah, I mean, electric. You know, I spend on electric and games and stuff. Like, what could there be there that would put you in any sort of danger?
Literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court. Unquote.
Well, you made
Phil
everyone's
refused
business.
to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo,
Such a
as
strange
on page
line.
1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow.
I mean, that probably is true. I mean, compared to when he bought it to now, that's probably pretty, well, to then, what, 2020? It's probably a pretty realistic increase.
These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They Call Me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They Call Me DSP, to the Gun Show 87, to Now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way...
No, people say that, oh, I do good in politics, but just that you're running for president, isn't like 90% of that just like vibes? Like, no one actually gives a shit about like the lies you get caught in. It's just like if they think you're like an attractive person, like a good public speaker, that most people get voted in. So you look at him being greasy and like yapping for hours, and no one would ever vote for this dude. Maybe it'd be like a good it'd be like in like some shitty low position in like some podunk town somewhere, maybe.
You cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollbly.
Down the Rafters was the last
Yeah, but it's not
name
like
change.
appealing
As the
yapping.
account
It's not
stated,
like,
this will be the last time they would.
you know,
try
he's
to
not a
change their
good
name,
speaker. He
as
can
it was
just
clear that they could
speak
not
a
hide
lot.
from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit
Yo, it is,
all
brother.
mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. They're all. I keep telling you guys this.
He made a promise to
Mobile
her.
games are money sinks. You'll put money into it. You put time into it, and
This
money
is all
into it,
very interesting to me. It's like when he's playing it now, he recognizes that these are like awful games that are like evil and not even fun games. He literally played, I watched Atlas restream, well, basically catch up with the first one he did. He literally went, I'm bored of playing. I'm going to do some pulls. The game is boring, and it bored him within like a few hours of gameplay. I'm going to go do some pulls. How can you... I don't know, how does the human brain work like that?
out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter. Quit all those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first, and then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cards.
It's
Far
not
more
sunk cost fallacy though,
captivating
because
at
he
the time
enjoys
was the
spending
ongoing
money.
bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
He's in your office with you?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
Yeah.
That audio was from a 341 meeting.
Why they bring up Citibank
In this
guy?
meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell,
He's
is
my
accompanied
goat.
by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place
I
where
wish you
Phil's
could go to
trolls
court in
lived.
person. That'd be so funny.
Yes.
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE?
This is so funny.
WWE.
Excuse me?
WWE Network. That
Oh, I didn't.
is,
Oh,
an on-demand video service.
you cut out the best part. They ask him, "What is WWE Network?" And he like shits himself. He goes, "Excuse me." Like he properly, you can hear him panicking. His voice goes really high, and then he goes, and then she goes again. What is WWE Network? And he goes, oh. Like he just like completely calms down after that. He was really panicked for like half a second there.
For watching, professional.
Also, he's
wrestling,
paying for it in
not
2020, so he's
Many,
clearly still
with
watching
the opening of that question,
this stuff. Let's be
thought
honest.
that was the moment Phil was caught. But it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh no, it's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider
This guy really is
business
like,
expense?
I don't know, if there is a god, he's got a sense of
anything
humor,
relating
because
to
this
just the
dude
business
is
code, the instruction
the
of my tax
funniest dude in
return, so it could
existence.
be,
Like, he gets away with this
okay,
somehow, despite everything.
A video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game,
Cost of microtransactions in the video game?
within a video game,
Yep.
cost of a piece
It's not
of
that one,
equipment, maintenance on set equipment every month. It could be the internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of utilities necessary for the business. Cost of cell phone for the business.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through
Apparently
the
it's pretty
ignorance
good
of the
nowadays.
attendees. But if anything, it did prove
I only really
that
watch the
Phil
Royal
knew
Rumble
how his
nowadays, but
business
apparently
expenses were calculated, making people more curious
apparently
about what they
like
could
current
be
WWE
now
is
that he couldn't
actually a lot
dismiss the
better than it used to
expenses
be.
as being
Because
ignorant
for a
conduct.
while it was
And then the meeting was turned to
dire,
the
man. It
quote-unquote
was
creditors.
rough.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Citibank. Oh.
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a
Yeah.
troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you
He's
have
got such a
about
good voice as well.
$5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
It's so clear. The line is so clear. I guess he's recording on his end, but it's just
What
it makes it
followed was
funnier.
a few seconds of silence. Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as
Yeah, I thought Citibank I would have gone further, honestly.
And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I toxic?
Why
Is
am I
that?
poison?
Yeah.
Why am I toxic?
I wish more people did
This
that.
meeting,
It's like
in terms of wanting to
interrupted with
expose
like
Phil, was a failure.
clips of DSP
Phil's bankruptcy case
to
was
confuse
closed,
everyone.
and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs, meant to keep track of Phil's expenses.
It's interesting
This
how the minute
compared to
people
future
learn how
archive
money
methods
works, they
made
realize
these
DSP
appear
is lying.
rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year, it's been persistent. This is where a
Yeah, the
different
bankruptcy
archiving
agent was
tool
probably
helps.
just done at that point.
Pick
They were like,
and Go
this is
a
just a
website that
mess.
scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos. The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides,
Big
that way we
Go
don't
really
get
is
words
a
like investment
lifesaver.
or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the Hyde character. I mean, come on.
People are saying, I should look for the vest. Oh my god.
I feel like I've seen this clip a million times. It really is the start of something
I know exactly where it would be.
not incredible, just very strange.
I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back.
I also love how quickly he money gates it. Like, haha, this is funny the first time, then the next time after that, it's like, give me money for
guys,
it.
I just couldn't find the vest.
It's not even that funny. It's like a kind of, it's like, huh.
I don't know where it was.
It's the thing you had in the old video, but he's like really gassing it up.
The vest is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream.
How fucking insane is this? We're having a breakdown segment about a vest. This is not fucking insane to anyone else.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing at detractors with this new fresh stream.
Yeah, I mean, that was really the golden era for me. LSB with the vest, end of the vest streak and the Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Yeah, like it matters. Doesn't
Goji
matter.
Tanks. That shit was
If the tips go, I'll wear the
goated.
vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How
How about ripping a shirt with some marker
How
on it?
stupid this shit is? The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too. Like, it's insane.
I love when he's embarrassed about his own
They just
begging.
pull stunts constantly on a stream. And people will toss money their way for pulling a
It's just a
crazy
silly thing, guys. It's
As
just a silly
combative as
thing.
Phil was with wearing the
And he gets
vest
really
just,
panicked when the vest streak's
continued
about to
request
end.
wear it, and the potential earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go. It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so.
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other
These
night.
clips are so
someone
funny.
Joked, they said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every
By the
day.
end, he had like
If only
5
Phil
different
knew
colours
how
of
wrong he
vests and
was.
hats and fucking
Thank you very much.
sunglasses, everything.
You have just pushed us over. That gets us to $106 in tips. We have reached vest streak number 13. We're on an unprecedented
This is a really good
16
picture, by the way.
vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63. We're currently at vest streak 96. Gents, we continue with a 126 vest streak. We are very closely approaching the 100.
Am I the only one who thinks it's insane that he asked for the money twice a day?
That means we've hit the tips goal.
Now, the streak should be like a one, you know, like,
Shit, thank you guys.
oh, we hit it this morning, so I'll keep wearing the
was his
vest.
easiest way to make
Having
money
it
yet.
be twice a
If the
day is
stream hits
insane.
$100, he will put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for
That's wrong.
increased
No, he
donations.
made a minimum of
As he doubled
200
down on the
a day.
success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about another 10 minutes. So, no lie, unless we hit the tips goal within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end
How's
at
the
179.
king streak going or whatever he's got now?
Albert Aponte to
It's like the vest streak, but nothing happens. It's really cool.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tips goal.
The vest streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside the stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So, I don't know why people were, like, if people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13. While viewers had pulled through
From
a few
29,
times
but
to
the
rescue the
King's-
best streak,
King streak
the difference in donations was
29.
too great and unrealistic.
There's not even
for
like a...
anyone
Hang
to
on,
save
I
it
need to
this time.
complain about something again. This whole king shtick is not working. Obviously, it's already a thing he used to do. But, like, there's nothing, like, themed properly. Like, you don't have, like, a scepter in the background or, like, you know... anything, like, you know, red, like, curtains in the background, you know, make it look all royal. It's just, like, gamer shit, and then he occasionally wears a crown and calls himself the king. It's nothing. It's just nothing, and he expects to make... Well, I guess he is making money off it, but... It only has any context if you watch the Kino stuff, and that's it. Same with all this felting bullshit. If you only watch this gameplay, you'd be so confused.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vet streak going so that I could actually afford both new consoles.
Why does the audio sound like that?
So.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276.
It's so pathetic. You click, deletes all the
yet
number.
was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
The Jersey goal.
My wife had
Let's
a crazy
go.
suggestion. All right, I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said, if you hit a tier 2 tip skull, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This is her 100%. This was her suggestion.
Default.
All right, you ready?
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on.
Okay. I need to talk about this. This specific moment was, well, this little like weak segment was my favorite DSP thing ever. The Skittles and the chair spin. It was maybe the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. He didn't even eat all the Skittles. He ate like 3. He still owes everyone like 3 Skittles. I can't describe. You just had to be there. It was indescribable. Like you were looking at it and you were like, this is really happening. This man is really doing this for money. You go, oh guys, I'm dizzy, guys. Afterwards, it was so embarrassing. And I ham it up like it was worth any money. Fuck me, I love this.
Kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tip skull. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Alright, Darkside Phil. It's Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus,
Kevin Nash absolutely fucking felt him.
$40,000 on a WWE Championship mobile game. You went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games
so funny.
all day long while your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag. When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Dark Side Phil.
That was the best one.
What the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Dark Side Phil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost, spending 40 grand on WWE.
The funny thing is, half these people work for WWE, so they get paid when this dude
but on the mobile
spends
game,
money.
Embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going 500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side. His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Crazy,
like I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he
remember this
donated
guy.
to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
No, that guy was a commentator for like a good maybe 5 years actually, and he did like backstage stuff.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbanned.
Was he a commentator? I know he did backstage. He might not have been a commentator. Let me have a look.
Eventually,
I think I'm confusing with another dude. No, yeah, he used to
like
do
with
commentary.
most donators with the intent to troll Phil, Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses.
He did like he was like he wasn't he didn't get in the ring.
Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas.
No, yeah, he was like the
Phil kept refuting
GM
that he
for a
did.
little while, wasn't
So
he?
unprompted,
Okay, I remember
Dubs
this.
does
Okay.
this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like it's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of
And
his
he used
driver's
to,
license,
yeah, okay, he
where
did a
he
lot of stuff.
self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry
This is
date,
crazy.
street
You like
address, and
showed it
license
around
ID.
the driving
What
license.
Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus, why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few
Yeah, this was a
moderators
former
that
dent.
responded shared in this confusing
Honestly,
sentiment.
if you send
Phil
your
posted
fucking
this
driving
license,
license
even
to a
though it was
dickhead
somewhat
online,
censored
you
through
deserve
PW
this. I
Dubs
don't care.
meant that he had doxed him. Phil
This
had
is the
revealed
point
his
where you
private
go,
information,
what
though
am
it
I,
was only to
what am I doing? What is this? Why am I sending my fucking driving license to a random guy I give money to online?
a small, uninterested group. With this information, a rat,
Not this
well,
freak.
more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous or
Get him out of
Anonymous
here.
for short, was in talks with KiwiFarm members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and
Put
prove
him against
Phil
the
had
wall.
doxed
Fuck this
PW
dude.
Dubs.
This guy's a freak
But
as
Phil
well.
was catching on. Now in 2021, this came to a head mid-March.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats, like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to Dark Side Phil leaks. I mean, Dark Side Phil docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this and Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
Speaking of doxing, I hope this guy gets into the.
Made its way to Reddit, where it was
Do you remember the
fast to
little
gain traction.
saga where DSP was
Anonymous in
like,
his post made sure
what was
to
it?
censor everything the driver's license had on
He
it.
changed
except the
from
word
this was when he went to
driver's license.
YouTube and he could
Phil
only get
admitted
tips,
that he
and
shared
people didn't want to
license in
send him
small
tips because
moderator
obviously it
Discord,
showed. I mean,
but used the
well,
small
through
size
PayPal it shows
Discord
your
and the
email,
fact that
and he
PW Dubs
berated some
censors
random dude
himself
because he
in his
didn't want to.
defense.
It was
Then
the
came the argument that Phil did not
the
share
Chef
the
Boyardee
censored
dude.
version,
If you don't
confusing
know what I'm talking about, you
Anonymous
won't have any
full
idea.
censor against PW
No, he's a
Dubs
bad
partial
freak. He's a
censor.
real bad freak.
Even
This is
so,
like
it was all a
degenerate
bad look
behavior. This
for
is like
Phil.
put up against the
And
wall
not
kind
just
of
Phil,
behavior.
but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations to memes to full vitriol, all of which is typically
He's a
welcome.
DSP mod. What do you
To step
expect? They're all
foot in this
fucking
space
freaks.
is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception.
There we go.
Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of his streaming career. This comes with the perspective some
so yeah, he did it as
detractors
when he
across
tried to
several
like
communities hold
get
that
clout
earning
off
revenue
it.
online, while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin. As some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly
get off my
appreciative
goat.
of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous's alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got.
not good.
The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Good.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. They had it's like so much stuff in this vortex. It's crazy.
It's not
It's
good.
like so many.
It's not good at
With
all.
Anonymous's image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he
Good.
dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil,
Good job,
practically
Nigel from
nothing.
UKIP. He
This
may have been
behavior
banned,
was
but
already expected from him.
he did some
Besides,
good.
surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that. There's some kind of a glitch.
I
Oh,
love
man,
this
it's called- You
segment.
just realized there's a glitch on Twitch?
He knew this was
Everyone's
coming. I
subscriber
refuse to believe he
crowns
didn't.
Turned bronze for no reason.
Well,
What the hell?
doesn't he start like an emergency beg straight away?
Apparently, something just happened very bad, is what happened, guys.
Something just
Apparently
happened
something
very
Very
bad.
bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but
Equal
Phil's suspension from his Twitch
slurs.
partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive
This is a good arc.
influx
I
of
love this
reports of
bit.
him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Created by user Piece of Peace, the DSP
Go.
tips
There's a lot
tracker
of goats.
spreadsheet
I've been
is
calling
equipped
everyone the
with
goat,
table
but they are.
after
They're all the
table
goat.
analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon,
Doing the
YouTube,
Lord's
and
work.
Twitch. Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because
this is such a funny beg. Because why wouldn't you get the payment that you're owed? Like, if you get fired and you haven't been paid for the last week of work, you're gonna get it eventually. They're not just gonna go, sorry, gone. You don't get it.
On May 6, nearly 2 weeks
you always, you get what you owed.
Set out raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips. Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage, because I don't even know what's going to happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not for all the work that I did last.
It just makes me ill.
Losing my
It makes me ill knowing this dude. Like, the amount of people who deserve this money, just
I have no other
so
income
much
apparently,
more.
because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything, because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes, and the stuff for the rest of the month.
That shit's not
As
good.
for the
Then.
mortgage, yes, I hope that
You can see the sweat on
I
it.
pay my mortgage on Saturday. Please support this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow. For my mortgage.
It's
so
just,
if you can, please
it just exhausts you seeing this dude get away with it.
Marathon stream,
It's funny most of the time, but sometimes you look at it and just go, oh my fucking god, are you serious?
Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have,
Like $5,000 in like what? What was that, like a couple
with
weeks?
The over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252.
He's like the worst of the worst.
Phil
And he
with
gets
this
it.
information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed,
And he still
Twitch
complains.
framed
He
this
has
as,
this
quote,
easy
"just
job.
enough
He has
to
this
get me
easy
through the next
setup.
week," unquote.
Where he's basically
This
printing
vagueness will
money.
no longer
And
fly.
you,
On top
he
of this,
complains,
Phil
oh, I'm
admits
such a
even
hard
though he
worker,
claims
I'm
to be
such this, I'm
perpetually
such that.
financially
Oh,
destabilized,
I'm on,
he
dire
doesn't know
straits.
or keep track of his finances.
There's people who would literally kill to get this sort of money on a consistent basis.
I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making. It's ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been zero contributions.
150 and he's
Yeah,
complaining.
because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and maybe.
Yeah, no, people don't like breaks because they don't care what you have to do. They want to be
I don't get
entertained.
blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
This guy gets up to brush his
Reactions in
teeth and
chat
can't touch a
differ
break.
from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine, I'll sweat.
Also, never forget that this dude takes a chunk of his tips get taken by PayPal because he instantly transfers it. He doesn't wait for the transfer window, which is like a day. He has to get it right now, so they charge him like 20% of everything he earns.
I'll sweat disgustingly.
Bro, I love
Sweat
this.
disgustingly on the stream.
I have to put on a vest?
All right.
Brother, you just got $100 to put on a fucking article of
It would
clothing.
be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm
You'd
just
hit
saying.
it.
We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream.
What?
It would be very nice since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes if we could.
Oh, God forbid. He's
I
down
would
in the
really
coal
appreciate
mines.
that. All right, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force tipped me $1.30. He says, "Don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me."
Yeah.
That's because you're stupid.
Okay,
Seriously,
fair
that's
enough.
because you're
Didn't think
stupid.
about that.
If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing,
If
you're an
wearing-
asshole.
Okay, so
And I mean that.
this almost confuses me because I know a vest keeps you warm-ish, but it's open and it's sleeveless because it's a fucking vest. So realistically, how much warmer is it? He's not putting on like 3 layers.
I might as well just fucking, you know, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What are you, dumb?
Yes. If you don't understand the difference between, oh, let's purchase a hat that's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, you know, for a few minutes momentarily.
Wouldn't the hat be warmer? Because I mean, all the heat leaves through your head, right?
As if to ease
it leaves through
from
the
the serious
top of your head.
drama starting 2021.
So when you wear a hat, it contains that. So realistically,
film made a fool of himself.
you're going to be
And of
warmer
course,
wearing the hat than you
moments like
ever would
these
be the
on
shitty
screen.
little vest he's got.
Now, there was a gun. Where did it go? What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared. Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy.
He's looking at it.
But he had a big ass
What
gun.
game is this? Oh, is this that, holy fuck, this is that Atomic Heart thing.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors,
With the fridge.
fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is
This pisses me
motivating.
off.
And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example. I want you to watch what
I just want to complain for a second. DSP, as a, not specifically, but as a kind of person, is the reason why games are so middling, let's say at best now. He supports shitty mobile games with horrible practices, like evil shit, like really. I mean, look at Champions. That shit is vile the way it tries to like mess with your head, like psychologically to get money out of you. And then all your favorite games are now being dumbed down because this dude is so much of an idiot. He can't get through God of War, a game where you walk forward and hit things with an axe occasionally, and listen to us and just watch the story play out. Forget it. Let's just keep going. I hate this dude.
player does here as he boats around.
The taste of Vanir magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
The top 3 comments on this video read, quote, "The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry
But it's not
worse
just
by
playing, it's the
simply playing
spending on
games.
Champions that really
We
annoys
live in
me
a
too.
timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him. What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games
Well, he's
are
the
aimed
lowest
at."
common denominator, isn't he?
Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me.
This is going to be interesting.
And now
This
they've
is going to
taken
be
it too
very
far.
interesting.
It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes. So someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank
Was
of
that number
America,
1651 or
using
something
their
like that?
telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of
It's actually
America
quite
has an
impressive how this guy got in.
repeat the last 10
I'm not supporting it. I'm just saying it's very
He did
impressive.
that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not.
Oh, this guy was going to
guess
get like
what? You're
the
part of the
law
problem.
or
You're part of
something
the
on
issue,
people.
and you are going to be held accountable too. It's
Was
just
anyone
that
held
simple. You're
accountable?
part of it now. You've actually
Nah.
passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well.
Really?
So
This event would be known
Look at that
as
guy.
bank leaks. Charted, graphed, and described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed
all that
Phil's account,
DoorDash.
are now archived for everyone to see.
over the last week,
Hang on, was that in
it's
one
come to my
day?
attention-
Phil's
No.
account
The 11th. Oh my god, I'm going to be sick. This is actually also Apple iTunes. That's insane. Total Wine, $42. DoorDash, another 10. Another 34 on DoorDash. Another 44 on DoorDash. And this is all in the exact same day. Wait, hang on, what? This can't be right. He then went to Taco Bell and spent. This can't be right. You didn't eat like 3 separate times. And is he getting breakfast? Is he door dashing breakfast as well? I don't understand.
account are now archived for everyone to see.
Over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft, a federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that, you know, this was happening.
At this same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web of lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal, some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that immediately becomes
what else
suspicious.
could it be? These massive amounts of Apple iTunes. What the fuck?
Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11.
Sorry, let's just look at this for a second.
The $110.
This is all in one day. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nearly £1,000 in one day. It was £1,000, yeah, because you've got, yeah, well, it was basically like 999 quid. Or 990 quid. For WWE champions. I don't even know. What do you even say?
9 cents becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings.
That's crazy.
In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions. These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vest streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol.
That's crazy.
These are all reasons why Phil
is he buying
cannot
that
state his bank
high,
account
like the
was
high
accessed
shelf stuff,
because
like,
it
you know,
was
the real expensive stuff, or is he?
that he is an alcoholic with a
Or is he just
gambling
buying a lot of it?
And
a lot of
his
cheap
many
stuff?
emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was
This is
just
going to be a
ignore it
very
altogether.
interesting
There is no
when
way
he
out of
reacts
this
to
one
it.
without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster. This was not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But you know, there is one streamer that, you know, forgot to turn off the camera. Yeah. Do you know, have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
Nah, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dank, we did stuff, and
got
that was
banned
that.
as well.
I need to reevaluate my life choices." Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that the troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars.
Oh no, it's going to be like a bunch of screaming
juxtaposition
noises,
between
isn't it?
their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
Every VTuber clip I've ever seen into like baby noises.
Yay, let's name him.
Okay, that's pretty good. I take it back. I take it all back. Yeah.
You're gonna look up at you like, huh? Heck yeah.
You are now Phil, and you fill one. Phil fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons. To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach.
It does look
Both
like
of
him as
them
well,
are
he's got
known
the
to
snort
snort.
sacks.
Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another
Desire for
reason
gold.
this chance occurrence
That's such a
is
funny
remarkable.
way of...
I'm gonna
No,
get gold
Phil.
out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, unlike any other content creator, mock Phil.
The good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like
It's
a
about
relic.
right.
He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible. Which I'm gonna be
I thought you
honest.
made it off being chill and
At
positive.
this point, I literally can't tell if it's an act.
He's Andy Kaufman,
I think
dude.
he's just really committed.
Or Andy Warhol, or one of the two.
I can't tell.
Maybe a bit of both. Okay, that's pretty good.
How do you even do that? But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
All right.
Seeking
The
therapy,
most
man.
viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
Oh, the Zelda
What are
clip.
these? A bunch of little balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
It's crazy. He puts them in one by one.
There's... Huh?
Like a excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
Look, he starts moving them one by one.
I see.
While the VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
I wish these...
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
Holy fuck, I forgot.
This,
He
without
says
doubt,
clip
funneled more
that.
people into the rabbit hole that is DSP.
Come
And
on.
there will be many more to come.
I wish he showed him
Because
moving
Phil
like every
announced that he
single ball
abandoned the
one by
10-year
one.
plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But
Yeah, fuck that. We don't get a
the
regular
10-year
job.
plan has essentially evolved into
Evolved,
for the 10
that's,
years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now
I do
I'm
terrible
doing other
reaction
things,
videos instead. That's
right? You watch my podcast, you can come
That's
and
gonna be
react
better
to
than
that.
getting a
You can
real
see Phil
job.
do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money.
fake tweets.
Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this react stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John
Oh,
Rabbit
this one's so
podcast.
bad.
A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this react was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rabbit right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube
Did
at
he
all.
take tips though?
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine.
That's so
I'm respecting
scummy.
that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact,
So he used it for clout, hoping he could basically double up the next day. Well, not even that, triple up. He wanted yesterday's, today's, and then some on top.
today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword. Slowest. This is very important because typing it into PigPigGo shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support, and it's always my slowest night, you know? The conclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had.
Oh no, it's the worst.
Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there. Support of the stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it'd be one of the slowest streams I ever
There's
did.
another one of mine to go back to.
This was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to.
Yeah, it's never not discussed. It's just discussed in different ways.
More money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Oh, no, not Sir Moist, whatever the hell he called him.
But I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
You should go on the Level 1 podcast.
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure.
Wait, my little avatar tweaked out because I'm drinking.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather
water,
poor job of
no
it.
gym.
And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
Look at this. This is so
on Phil's
funny.
desk was his phone.
It's just
on
on
his phone
passively.
was a rather familiar-looking layout. As was quickly pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018.
Why would it just be on his phone? Like, okay, if you sit down and log on, but it's just always on.
Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything.
Well, now he's playing on a new account,
convinced
and
that
he
Phil
is
had
Down from the
mobile
Rafters.
gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable
Potion's
in their
back.
misplaced trust
Put him
of
up there.
Phil, who lives in contradiction.
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people,
Hmm.
lie, I guess. I don't know.
Oh,
You just have to be,
that was
you
a
have to be
meaty
a
one.
moron. I'm sorry. I mean, how dumb can you be to not understand?
When he starts calling people dumb, you know he's lying.
Being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do. Oh my God, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with you. I'm not gonna ever lie to you and tell you things that aren't true because I'm not that kind of person.
Okay.
For some people, that's not good enough, I guess.
Like, making stuff up is one thing, but, like, morally grandstanding that you don't make things up and are very honest is another
His
thing
bankruptcy
entirely.
files remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to overrepresent them and paint the detractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah.
Who is this?
I
Oh,
think
anonymous.
He has autism.
You can't be a DSP fan and say that. Okay, there we go.
Because I've got a low level of autism.
That's British. Probably pretty easy to find. I'm not going to say.
And I think I'd like to. I think I donated it because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird.
That sounds pathetic thing
Like
I've
this is
read.
someone I've known. I don't really know, but this is someone I've known. The only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense. And I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble.
That's so
and
fucking
I
sad.
should help him out, you know.
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his entire fanbase. Phil once did have a diverse viewer
Oh
base,
my
but
God,
as his
this is
infamy grew and his
brutal.
content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators, but consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400. I followed a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them with not even a subscription. I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never
It's crazy. This guy's never given anyone else, but the pressure was just so much. Even if he didn't realize it, subconsciously,
of Phil's fan
he
base,
went out of his way to do
only
it
a
for that.
handful willing to reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I suddenly just removed myself as a mod.
Amiibos or some shit.
And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil will try to make gamer Jay Lee seem incredible.
About me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and he's regular in detractor circles and all that, and I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil, those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged ones. And I got to say that
there's like 3.
They are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this.
Half of them are like Wings trolls originally.
Try and basically do life ruining.
It's like 3 dudes on Kiwi farms,
even
and
for
like,
people that denounce Phil. It's
maybe.
disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several
so the doxing guy was literally one dude, and the rest of it was like, well, I mean, obviously it's all bad, but like 4 happenings within like
these people.
15 years of making stuff.
As it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the Side-Scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of ScrewAttack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There's some people who won't
Please cover the aftermath of him lying about what they were doing.
Just bring Darkside Phil to his knees crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are insane. Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens.
That's
unquote.
So fucking lame.
And then the internet
one of these players was fucking noobs on
live
Kiwi
to
farms.
around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
Adam really was the GOAT.
So I guess with all
That's
that
crazy.
said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the
I
first
love the
30
little
minutes or so, begins with
scripted
constant
stickiness.
flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode.
I never
While
said to
hosts
be
are
here.
appreciative of Phil's words, it's
Shut
clear
up, just
they are
fucking
not
do the
swayed by
interview.
them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are
Look,
being
you can see him
challenged.
giving the
When you go around
performance.
as long as me, you
He
realize
wants
you get
muted.
people from all over the room and for different reasons. If I were to
But are
just
they
be-
sticking? Are they staying though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
It's crazy because this isn't even the best example he could have used.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
It's such a shit joke as well.
That's right. She's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself, stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting
he was looking at this after like however much digging he did, and it was just like what the actual
business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors.
It was such an embarrassing
what
performance.
could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Jeez.
You just named off things that could be expenses.
I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business. Correct?
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff. I mean, like,
specifically, no, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, you know, including, like I said, cost of video games, cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games, cost of internet.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Raptors account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that had been there.
No, sorry, I thought something came up.
Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement.
It's
Here,
just
he pivoted
so...
from stating that the bank leaks were
it's
not
like
accurate,
you're done.
that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing. But Craig quickly
this may be his worst decision ever being on this.
But just confidentially, between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account?
I have to think about it.
WWE account. And just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, his internet cut out.
Let's circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone,
apparently
even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table, as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host
very
had
strange
Keemstar join in
timing
the
on
place
that
of Phil.
disappearing.
Keemstar was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that, as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended
I wish he'd
to the
gone
other
out
two
to never
potential
tell that
co-hosts.
shitty
So the
interview
conversation
recently.
was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that. It was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
What was it, 50 grand?
Like sent his live stream
crazy.
to my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago,
He was
I
razzing
trying
him
to
when
get
he
a hold
didn't
of you,
pick up the
offering
phone.
you the greatest opportunity you've
what he
ever
said.
been
He was
offered in
razzing
your
him.
entire career.
The Locale podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which
Yeah,
also
he fucked
turned
over my
against
boy
Phil.
Wings as well.
There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to
Nah,
be
it's
in
an
such a
ego
rough
thing. He
spot
doesn't like
financially.
taking it from.
However, that is not
from
entirely the
Keemstar.
case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was, like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find, like, what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid, pretty much. There's no solid evidence that proves anything, like, 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because of the.
Oh my god, these
he does
idiots.
often say, well, I'm low on money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still, like, probably, like, watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently
Disappointed?
is.
You should
He
be
is in a
wanting to
place of
murder this
changing hate
motherfucker.
and admiration that, to certain degrees, are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks.
We're at the end now.
Phil is
Fuck.
touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators.
I thought, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I
Truth
think
is,
this
he has
ending's
made
a
so
bit
many
flat,
enemies
but
of content creators, his
I
channel
really
is
can't
bound
fault
to
it.
statistically outlive some of
The
them.
problem is you don't
He
know
has
when to
made
end these
possibly
sort of
over
things.
$1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos.
But
daily
yeah,
for
when
pennies.
this stopped,
He
it
has
was pretty
practically
boring
nothing
from
to show
here,
for
from
anything.
this point up
There is
until
only hate,
recently.
contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
It's over. It's done. Holy shit. What a video. Also, while we're here, I just want to check something real quick. First of all, has DSP made a comment? He usually does. A lot of detractors. So, hang on. Apparently, I don't know if this will be captured, but apparently he was in the chat and he got, like, bullied to death, basically. You can't, I don't know if you'll be able to see this properly yet, but, yeah, he is in there somewhere, apparently. Oh, I think he might have been cut off. Yeah, he was like, he put something in the chat like, this is going to be interesting. And everyone just dogpiled him and he just, until he disappeared. It was so funny. Anyway. It's, this was really good, honestly. It's easily the best video about him. But not exactly got stiff competition, but it's still insanely good. I'm not going to take anything away from it. Yeah, it was great. It covered all the main points. I think it could have got a few little bits in there, but it would just be padding at that point. You know, you don't want to bloat these things too much with stuff that isn't strictly necessary. Just get to the, you know, the real awful beats. You know, just so everyone has that information, and if they want to look up more after that, that's the prerogative. But no, I mean that's like a solid like 9 out of 10 video. Spot on that. Little animations were good as well. It was all great. I was gonna see his response, but this first response he's doing, well he did, was just about Street Fighter stuff, and you know what it is like. I was such a dickhead back then, guys. I was trying to be a heel. And, you know, the same shit you've heard time and time again. So maybe we'll check up tomorrow with him. and have a good laugh at him there. Until then, been fun. I've enjoyed all your company. Have a good one. I'll see you later. Bye.